Good evening, guys. Good to see you again, Alan. Good to see you again, Gil. Always a pleasure to have you guys.
Yep.
Yeah,
Let's
hi guys.
see who we got here. KP Heathen popped in earlier. And then we have Guest Mad Kilt on your side. Super Scout 2 on your side, Gil.
Yep.
Walt Rogers, good to see you. Let's see who popped in more. Angela, good to see you. And Norfolk UK Prepper, good to see you too. Yeah, that's those guys who joined at the moment. We wait a couple more minutes before we get into today's topic, which is items you should have in your preps already.
Yeah. It's been a lot of wildness going on in the world just now as well. It's been a couple of weeks since I think I was on your podcast, Shadow, and since then the world has completely changed. But I'm not surprised, to be honest. I don't know why people are acting so surprised. Either. We seen the build-up happening. It was going to come at some point.
Yeah. And Willow Tree, good to see you again. It's on your side, Gil?
Nope.
Or Alan's? Adventures with Sug, good to see you. And Lily Gazoo, good to see you. Snapdragon 4, good to see you. Myra Page, good to see you again.
Hey, Snapdragon.
Hey, KP Heathen, good to see you. Kane Corso, good to see you again. Teresa, good to see you. And we have Lorraine Saunders, good to see you too. And Kraken Grind, good to see you. So, guys, how are you? How has your week been? Hey,
it's been Groundhog Day at work. That's how it's been. But with all that's going on in the world, it's got me thinking about, where I'm at preps wise and what the best way of
Ninja Turtle, good to see you.
Seeing our way through the current situation is, etc. So plenty going on at least.
Norfolk UK Prepper says an item you should have in your preps is a solar stove for purifying any water, even seawater. Good point. Yeah.
The gas tank thing, that's a definite. So the second the situation in Iran kicked off, one of the first things I did was put my motorbike and my two cars, or my car and the missus' car, full tank, because it's inevitable the petrol prices are going to go up in the next couple of weeks. It's starting to happen a little bit already. I don't see it at the pumps yet here, but it's happening in the markets. So it's inevitable that that's going to be, the next thing. And then food prices will also go up as well. So, those more expensive preps that people tend to stockpile, they should probably focus on buying them right now while the prices are still a little bit low, because the straits are, those seaway straits, the Straits of Hormuz, that will have a knock-on effect, especially in Europe, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, and our food tax here in Sweden is ridiculously high. We are at 12% right now. Ooh. But later this year, they will cut it down to 6%. So that makes perhaps the food a lot cheaper to buy than it is now. So and Snapdragon 4.
They got three windows open, one for each of us. Yeah, the probably the one prep that most beginner preppers don't get, and even some ones have been doing it for a couple of years until they listen to other ones on their YouTube channels that talk about it, is cast iron cookware.
Yeah.
Because cast iron cookware, you can cook on anything.
Yeah. And you can use cast iron on open fire as well.
Yeah.
I have actually a cast iron murica, which is really nice.
A miracle.
To season it before I use it. But
what's that? What does that look like?
A murica is a round pan with two handles on the sides, and you have
kind of like a wok.
Legs.
Like a wok with legs.
Yeah, without the lid.
Right. Okay.
And it's slightly bent like this, so you can put up the food on the cooler area. On the
I've got a few cast iron things. I think I've got 4 different pots. I've got a skillet, a grill, and a few accessories that go with the cast iron stuff as well. I've got the ones with the legs actually, but I tried to find cast iron pots without the legs because I discovered that you can actually break the legs off. Cast iron, actually can break, and the legs for some reason seem to be a particularly fragile point. Also, they're harder to transport, I find. So I try and go for the smooth ones.
Yeah. When it comes to the legs on cast iron, the cheap stuff has the cheap legs. You get a good one like a good Griswold or a good older Lodge. Oh, those legs are stout.
Yeah,
because that's what we had. That's what we had at Scout Camp. I mean, and Scouts abuse everything.
Yeah, so, I mean they are good. I mean, it's good quality cast iron, the ones I've got, but cast iron is a brittle material. So you can break it, and I've had 2 break the legs break on me now, so I always try and avoid the ones with the legs.
All right, so this one below us here, is that on your side there, Alan?
I'm not sure. I'm terrible at following the comments, so I've got you guys on full screen. I'll just leave the comments to you.
Well, if you're looking on, can you see the chat on the screen in front of you?
To the left of me, yeah.
The StreamYard. If you see a paperclip on next to his name, it's on your side. But
Will has actually a good question. Hi guys, how can I store petrol, diesel safely at home? Only got a small backyard terrace house.
I would say the easiest way to store it, if you got a small yard, is to get depending on which country you're in, if it's available, you want to get a here in the U.S. we have, you can get from Sam's Club, Home Depot, Lowe's. You can get a small garden shed that you snap together, a Rubbermaid one, set it out there. You can store it in that. That way it's not in the garage. You want to keep it outside where it can vent properly. Or we have what's called patio bench storage things. They're basically like a it's stuff that you put pillows and stuff in, or pool noodles if you had a small pool there in. So it's contained stuff. So basically you can use it as a seat, or you lift it up and it's got storage room in it. And you can put 5-gallon jerry cans in it easily to do that. Diesel's easier to store. Gasoline vents because it evaporates as the heat, changes the heat and stuff.
Yeah.
For winter, if you get cold winters where you get below freezing temperatures and stuff, the diesel you're going to want to put some winterizer in it to keep it from gelling up in case you need to use it. But outside, where the containers are protected from the weather is probably the best way to do it, the safest way to do it. unless you're going to spend the money and get the really good cans that seal airtight and can take pressure of temperature changes. Otherwise, you want to keep everything outside.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to be storing fuel in your house. I think
not in the house.
That definitely goes without saying. I personally, I don't store a lot of fuel. I've got some fuel storage because I've got a motorcycle, and in the wintertime, that tends to be left for what, kind of it gets long-term storage in a shed. So I've got a garden shed, and the way I store fuel in the motorcycle, and that's typically what I store the fuel for, is I make sure that I fill the tank up completely to the top. By doing that, there's less air in there, which allows for less likeliness of moisture, building up and rust on the inside of the tank and making it sort of unstable. You can also get fuel stabilizer as well. So you can add a fuel stabilizer. I think it's called STA Bill fuel stabilizer or PRI. They're relatively cheap, and you can add them to fuels, and that'll massively increase the stability and the lifespan of fuel. I think because untreated fuel, petrol that is only like 3 to 6 months, and if you add stabilizer to it, you could potentially get as much as 2 years out of it. A year really, but as much as 2 years. And I've got NATO jerry cans. I find them to be particularly good. The metal, the green ones. You can pick them up pretty inexpensively from like Army Navy stores and places like that, and they've got a fantastic seal, and they're very easy to store, and they're designed in such a way that they can be kicked around a little bit, and they're not likely to leak, and because they're designed for the military. And I think I've got two large ones and 2 small ones, and they're all in my shed. But depending on where you live as well, there are some restrictions on how much fuel you can legally store. So check that and see what the rules are with that. But you want to keep it in a sort of cool, dry place out of direct sunlight. All the usual sort of obvious stuff. Diesel, I've never stored diesel, so I wouldn't be able to give any real advice on storing diesel. But it lasts a lot longer, I believe.
I'd never stored diesel because I didn't have anything diesel until I bought the property across the street back in 2006. I bought it in 2016, and in 2017 I bought a diesel tractor. So that's when I started storing several 5-gallon cans of diesel for that. But generally, when I get close to the wintertime, I just stop buying diesel till I get down to practically nothing, and then I'll make sure that the tank on it is full, and then or full enough where I can just add a quart of number 1 diesel or a kerosene, because basically the same thing, and that keeps it from gelling up during the wintertime.
Yeah, I mean, you don't use a lot of diesel in the US, do you? I mean, when I was over in the US, I was surprised at how hard it was to actually find diesel at petrol stations. It was all regular petrol.
It depends where you're at. Like here in Idaho, just about every other pickup truck is diesel.
Right, because almost all of our 4x4 vehicles are diesel in the UK. It's actually incredibly difficult to find a petrol 4x4. It's better to have a diesel version. But yeah,
and then there are a lot of diesel cars that are from outside the country.
Yeah,
particularly the Mercedes, the BMWs, and like cars. That are diesel. But
there was a big push a long time ago in Europe to move everything to diesel, because it was actually kind of falsely claimed to be more environmentally friendly. It's a little bit cheaper. You can kind of get a bit more mileage for your gallon, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So most cars, I don't know what the statistics are, but to my mind, most of the cars I've owned in my life have been diesel cars. I've only owned 1 or 2 petrol cars. Motorcycles are, of course, all petrol, apart from the exception of maybe 1 or 2. Kerosene for heaters, fuel, heating and things like that. It's a fantastic fuel to store, because that'll last over 5 years if it's sealed easy. You can keep that in just steel cans or Kero containers or something like that. But kerosene or paraffin, if you like, that's got 5 years plus lifespan.
more than that, because I have a 55-gallon barrel that I use for my the kerosene heaters I have for emergencies. And I've had that 55-gallon barrel. It's about half full now. So I don't use them that much, but I've had that one for, I got it when I was working at, 1993 is when approximately when I got it. And it's still good. I tested all. Before I pulled it, it's still good. But I also keep it inside.
Yeah,
where it doesn't have the heat, because it doesn't do the stuff on it. But yeah,
a lot of the kind of liquid fuels that I use, when I'm out and about, are these types. These sort of liquid, almost alcohol type fuel types, and they have a very, very long lifespan as well. And they're quite easy to keep. Even, I say don't keep anything in your house. These are in my house, but there's not a lot of it here, and it's in a place it's not likely to catch fire. So I would stock up on this kind of stuff as well, if you think if you've got a heater or something that runs on this kind of stuff. It's an easy, cheap way of stocking up on that kind of thing.
So I have a 1939 N9 Ford tractor, and I got a 2017 Coyote diesel tractor. And so I store gasoline, and I store petrol, and I store diesel. But it depends what I'm doing that year, how much I use. Like this last year, I was doing mainly hand work and not tractor work this last year. However, this next spring here, I'm going to be doing a lot of tractor work across the street, because I'm going to be trying to get a lot of the one field rotor tilled down again, and get a bunch of cover crop put in, so I can actually get the cover crop to overgrow the weeds and make it viable, right, where we can get either sheep or something to raise out there.
Yeah.
But
hey, Jill, good to see you again.
Mhm.
Prepper for the Ages, good to see you.
Yeah.
Leslie Ann, good to see you. Here in Sweden, we have certain regulations for how to store fuel and petrol in general. Regulations and quantities. Small amounts, you can store small amounts of flammable liquids, including gasoline, in a home environment without specific permits, but you must adhere to safety regulations. Volume limits. In many jurisdictions, you can generally store up to 30 liters of petrol in an approved containers at home without notifying authorities. Large amounts, storing more than 275 liters, generally requires a license. Number 2 is containers. Approved cans. Only use approved safe and clearly labeled fuel containers. These are typically red plastic or metal cans. Lifespan. Plastic fuel cans have a maximum lifespan of 5 years from the date of manufacture. Check the date stamp on the side of the can. Fill level. Never overfill the container. Leave about 5% to 10% empty space to allow for thermal expansion. Number 3 is storage location. Ventilation. Store in a well-ventilated, cool, and dry area. Separation. Do not store gasoline in living spaces or basements. A separate garage or a detached shed is recommended. Ground level. Store on the ground rather than on shelves to minimize risk of falling. Away from heat. Keep far away from ignition sources like furnaces, water heaters, or open flames. that's common sense, basically.
Mhm.
Safety and maintenance. Fuel stabilizer. If storing gasoline for more than a few months over winter, for an example, add a fuel stabilizer to prevent the fuel from degrading. Rotation. Use the oldest stock first principle to ensure the fuel remains fresh. Labeling. Ensure all containers are properly labeled. Uh, Specialized options. Alkylate gasoline for long-term storage up to 4 years and cleaner burning. Consider using alkylate gasoline. Small amounts for camping. Small metal camping fuel bottles like those 500 milliliter to 1 liter cans can be used for smaller quantities. So that's our regulations here. So I live in an apartment and I don't have a shed or a garage that I can store it. That is separated from my apartment. I only have my basement and my apartment.
Yeah. I was just quickly looking at the UK version of those regulations, and it sounds almost identical, actually. Very briefly, it just says up to 30 litres of petrol in portable containers. A maximum of 2 cans, 20 litres each, is usually allowed in practice, depending on storage type. And then you need some sort of license after that. But, you know...
You guys are going to hate us. You're going to hate us.
Oh, and I'm assuming you guys can just have a whole petrol station in your backyard. And...
Just about. I mean, one of the guys in town here, he has a 750-gallon tank for diesel and a 500-gallon tank for gasoline sitting next to his garage.
Yeah.
And the truck will come in, he'll fill it up, and he fills his car or his pickup off of that.
Hey, Guardian.
And when it gets down low, he just orders it, and it's cheaper that way. It's a lot cheaper to do that.
I mean, the thing is, I'm no legal expert in the UK, but I mean, those kind of rules seem a bit ridiculous, to be honest, because there are some in the rural communities, in the rural parts of Scotland, a lot of people fuel their house with liquid fuel. They have these big sort of fuel containers outside in their back gardens, and the truck comes and fills it up. It's a sort of liquid fuel. That's obviously far exceeds the kind of amount that they're talking about here. And you can have more than one of those things if you're one of those people that wants to have, some redundancy going on there as well. Plus, I mean, that's saying 30 litres, but you can have two 20-litre cans is kind of seen as okay. But I mean, if you had 2 20-litre cans, so it's 40 litres, and then you filled your petrol tank on your motorcycle and your car, maybe your other car, if you've got 2 cars, you're already kind of storing more than that anyway. And unless you were like running some sort of business that involved fuel, nobody's checking. Nobody has ever came to my door and says, "Can I check your fuel levels in your shed for your bike?" It's not going to happen. I suppose. I mean, part of me thinks that there's some common sense, has been thought about that to prevent fires, etc. You don't want that, because houses in the UK are very compact. We don't live in wide open spaces. We live in very compact sort of houses because it's an overcrowded country. So if one person's storing hundreds of gallons of fuel in their garden, that has the potential for doing some serious damage. So I can understand that reason, but to be honest, it's probably just a form of control. They don't want people filling up extra barrels worth of petrol when the prices are low, knowing that the prices are about to go high. I know the prices are going to go up in the next couple of weeks. If I had the means to do it, I would fill up far more than what I have at the moment. But the government don't want you doing that because, of course, they want to get that tax in, because fuel in the UK is incredibly taxed. It's almost, it must be probably more than half the cost of fuel. It's just tax.
It almost sounds like California.
Oh yeah, I mean the whole of UK is kind of like California, I think, when it comes to the legislation and the red tape and the tax. Everything's taxed apart from food. Actually, we don't tax food the way that it sounds like you do in Sweden.
So
Yeah, and we actually have a question here. Can you store diesel with black bags around it outside?
that just does not make sense to me. I don't understand why black bags around it.
Is that to prevent the light, maybe, or something like that? To
Probably, all right. If you have to take a black bag and you put the gas can in there around, so the bag's around it, that's going to heat that gas can up a lot.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that.
And so that would be a no. Now, this here is the other type of fuel. Like I store, I have like see how many I got. 8 of these 30 pound propane tanks, which is about 7.5 gallons of propane of this size. So this is the propane tanks here. I got a couple of the 20-pound ones on the right there as well. My wife in California has about 10 of the 20-pounders there. We use those for the barbecues and the propane heaters and stuff to help heat. I use it for heating up the shop and stuff. I also use it for running the indoor outdoor propane cooktop for canning on. But then I also have for the shop one of these 100-pound ones that are huge, and which is basically 5 of the small ones or 3 plus a little bit more of the 30-pounders. I keep that out in the shop, and I just use one of the radiant heaters I attach to it, turn it on, and just kind of heats the shop up, and so I can work out there when it's sub-freezing temperatures. But there's some people have a lot of these, some don't. Depends what they're using it for. I have a lot because I don't have natural gas out to the shop yet, and in the wintertime it gets friggin' colder than I can't say it here, but you think that Hades is frozen over when you go out there sometimes.
Yeah.
And so I use it to heat up there so I can work out there to get things done. But one of the things is if you're storing a metal container, you don't want to have a plastic bag around it. Even the when I showed the 30-pounders there, it had the plastic wrap on it for the saying Flame King and stuff. The first thing I do is I take those off because moisture will get in there, and even though it's freshly painted and everything else, moisture will still get through and start rusting the tank a little bit if it's trapped by the plastic. So we just take it off, and that way it's don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I mean,
Leslie Ann says, "Is that for rural? Wish out rural areas would be interested in your stream. Many small shacks burn by using paraffin for heating and cooking."
Anytime you're dealing with flames, you got to use common sense. You got to realize, okay, nothing within so many feet of it that's flammable. If you're using a heater, if you're just cooking it, using it as a cooktop stove type thing on it, you want to make sure that it's on a stable surface that's not plastic, because plastic tables will heat up and start melting. There's just you just got to think. All right, I'm dealing with fire. What around here will burn? And people just don't even think, oh, I'm going to set up on this folding table. I'm going to set a camp stove up here, and I'm going to light it up. And they have problems. But yeah.
Hey,
I mean, if you're talking about storing fuel, especially for a short-term emergency or increase in prices like we're all expecting, it's good to try and diversify it as much as possible. So think about the way you currently cook. For me, I've got an electric hob. So if I suddenly have electric problems, do I have another means of cooking? I've got 2 or 3 different ways, whether it be gas or liquid fuel for cooking on a camping type stove. If you've got a barbecue, You can use briquettes, you can use wood, or you can use, if it's a gas barbecue, you can use, gas to do that. That can also double up as a heater in some situations, depending on the type. If you've got buddy heaters and things like that, you can use various fuels for heating your home and things like that as well. But you've got to be sensible about the fuels that you're using for different things, because some fuels are much dirtier than others, obviously. You don't want you don't want to go bringing a barbecue into your house and dying of carbon monoxide. It's you have to be sensible. That's why I think it's a good idea for most people to try and be as diverse
good to see you.
When it comes to how you run your car, how you heat your home, how you cook your food. Those are the main things.
Yeah.
There's nothing we can really do about the increase in petrol prices, unfortunately. And to me, it's a consumable, so I don't mind filling up my car.
Maggie, good to see you.
Because I know I'm going to have to pay for it anyway.
Yeah. But when you're worried about cooking and stuff specifically, and you have an area to do it outside, and you have an area to store the firewood for it, but that's probably the cheapest way to cook with, is using firewood. Branches, anything else you can do, build a little fire, use cast iron to cook with. Dutch ovens are amazing. Having been a scoutmaster for many years and having been a Boy Scout for many more years, I just love campfire cooking. It's a skill. Once you learn that skill and you can expand upon it, you can cook amazing things in it.
Yeah. I think, see, just specifically talking about the topic that we're on tonight, for me, the number one thing that I think most people overlook, because I'm less of a prepper and more survivalist. For me, it's all about more bugging out, being outside, as to being in the home. So to my mind, the one thing that most people overlook is the clothing that they have on, the clothing that they have in their house. Do you have the correct clothing for the environment that you live in? If an emergency should arise at short notice, do you genuinely have the correct footwear for you to be able to go more than a couple of miles? Do you have correct waterproof clothing? Do you have correct thermal clothing? Because a lot of people really don't, and they don't think about this, because most people can go by their life wearing the latest fashion, getting in their warm car, getting in their warm office at work, getting back in their warm car and go. And it doesn't matter what the temperature is outside, because modern society has turned our lives so that we have microcosms of environments in our own homes and our workplaces. And so we don't really think about the outdoors very much. Have a look around you right now. Do you genuinely have the correct clothing that if you were to walk right outside your front door at this moment, how many hours or days could you spend out there just with the clothes on your back? Whether that be high temperatures or low temperatures. That's something I think a lot of people fail to really think about, especially footwear. Footwear is important.
Yeah, I agree. Footwear, good shoes is really important. If you have bad shoes, your feet will suffer from that later on.
If your feet suffer in an emergency situation, you're screwed. You're absolutely screwed.
Definitely.
Now, here's a glitch on that for you. I forgot how much I used to do this until my grandsons are doing it. They'll walk across the street. They'll walk down the gravel driveway, across the pavement, across the gravel leading up to my concrete driveway, barefoot. They will run on the gravel barefoot. But they do it all the time. So, their feet, you go to touch their feet, it's like, dang, this is like pig leather.
Yeah. The natural way. That's the natural way.
Good morning.
Yeah, it's just, but that's what's funny. Kids have, especially if kids are allowed to go barefoot, you go check out their feet. Their feet are tough. After playing all summer out barefoot, by the time they go back to school, they don't want to wear shoes to school. They want to go barefoot to school because their feet are tough already.
I'm a big advocate of, if you've got children, letting them be barefoot as much as possible, if it's safe to do so. Obviously, if we live in very urban areas, you don't want to be running around the streets with glass and stuff.
This is what my grandkids have got me doing now. I'm barefoot again.
It's healthy. Actually, it improves your posture. It improves your blood circulation. It improves a lot of things. We evolved to be barefoot. It's only in the past, God knows how many hundreds of years or thousands of years, that we've started wrapping our feet in artificial protection, because we were traveling north from where we evolved with colder environments, which exposed us to high, colder temperatures. That's why we covered our feet. But if you take a look at people running around sort of India or Africa or these kind of places, they're all barefoot and they're perfectly fine. They can run through jaggy bushes and all that kind of stuff, because like you say, like the calluses on the bottom of your feet, it becomes like pig leather, like you say, because that's the natural way to be. But none of us have got feet like that at the moment. We're all soft-footed and flimsy and weak. So it would take a long time to sort of get back to that mode. But in the meantime, get some good footwear. Even if it's a pair of wellies. A pair of wellies is a kind of do-it-all footwear. It's good for the snow. It's good for the wet. You can kind of get by in the sand. Yeah. If you could only pick one thing, grab a pair of wellies, decent pair, work wellies preferably, and then get better footwear after that. Good solid leather, that you can maintain and look after. None of this cheap hiking crap that is made of material and glue, which will fail after a couple of miles.
Myra Page has a question. If fuel, petrol, or diesel no more, what are the alternatives?
So if I can quickly, hey, by the way, panel, good to see you guys. And hey, chat. Hope that you guys are doing all right. So just be quickly before we get to that, leave that comment tag there as well for our Shadow. So just quickly something along the lines of what Alan was saying there, and I think that it's good that World Survivalist points that out. We can actually take just small initiatives to become a lot more, rugged as well when it comes to how we walk. A lot of the training that I've experienced, like just in the matter of a couple of years, if you do it a little bit every day and you just walk barefoot around, even if it's around when you're doing gardening or when you're just going to walk to the shop or something, and actually opt to walk to the shops rather than just take a vehicle every time, and you opt to walk to the shops, you do so barefoot and you just enjoy it. There's actual psychological benefits, of course, as well, to grounding, to being able to walk and like being able to put yourself on the earth and feel like there's actual science behind it. But the point that I was making, Alan, is it's just little strides, just consistency and little bits every day that you should be making your feet a lot more hardy. And that's why all the training that I do, like for those that are familiar with what I do as well, has almost always been barefoot or with those water shoes, which are very light and quick to dry as well. But quickly, Myra Page had that comment. You guys can comment there.
From what Myra's putting on there is what I'm kind of wondering is she talking about just for vehicles, or she's talking about other things you would use for? But for vehicles, if there is no more fuel for vehicles, on the side chat here, who said it? Where to go? Oh, cycling, alternative to fuel, bicycles, tricycles, adult tricycles, alternates there. And then Prepper for the Ages says, back to horsepower. If I could afford it, we would have several horses if I could afford it.
The thing is, see the idea of there being no fuel, no petrol, no diesel. It's kind of like the Mad Max type scenario where all the fuel in the world runs out. In the real world, I mean, let's face it, we're in a world where we have 120 years of fossil fuel use still to go on, I believe. We're not going renewable anytime soon when it comes to batteries and things like that. The world is still going to be highly dependent on petrol or petroleum-based products, let's say that. Because most people think that the oil industry is just pumping out all that oil so that they can run cars. Okay, it's not. It's for everything. Everything we're looking at right now, all this plastic or clothing, all of this technology, it's all petroleum based. The petroleum's in our blood. If you took a blood sample right now, you would find microplastics and other crap because we've been exposed to it our whole lives. Unfortunately, that's just the way of the world at the moment. So in the short term, if we were to run out of petrol or diesel, it would simply be a case of we don't have transportation. So the transportation would become an issue, and you would have to think outside the box as to what you need transportation for. People went by for millions of years, at least a million years, perfectly happy without petrol and diesel. Okay, they walked, they used animals. We have bicycles. There are ways that you can get to work, for example, or visit relatives a distance away at the moment in the short term. If it became a long-term situation where for some reason the world was suddenly depleted of petroleum, there would be huge adjustments to be made because of the products that we consume and the products that we use. We would survive because it would have to be gradual. I can't envision a way where it would just suddenly switch off. It's not going to run out tomorrow. You know, the markets might change and we might end up paying extortionate prices for things. But even if that happened, the trickle-down effect of it would mean that we would all slowly adapt. Whether that would be we would stop buying, throwaway plastic products and we would move back to paper products and cardboard products or wooden products or whatever it may be. I could even envision a future, genuinely, where it became so expensive to drive your car just 10 miles to work that it wasn't worth going to work. So then it would just be a case of, okay, I now need to either find a job closer to home or I need to factor in the fact that I have to ride a bike there. That's how we would adapt. That's how we would overcome this situation.
One of the things too that we mentioned in the thing about biodiesel and stuff, originally, diesel engines did not run on petroleum.
Peanut oil.
Not soybean oil, not corn oil. Peanut oil is what diesels were designed to run on. So
hey, Vanessa,
I think
good to see you.
I think that there's a lot of. Sorry, go ahead, Bob.
Thank you. I'll go back to what you guys were talking about a little while ago. Fuel storage. An option out there is a doghouse. Store your fuel in a doghouse, something that's covered, it keeps the light off the containers, and it also keeps rain off of them. And it's a way of concealing it. Every backyard has got a doghouse. Somebody looks over your fence, they don't see the gas cans. They just see a doghouse. So that's one option. But you mentioned a moment ago, Guardian, water shoes. They are the bomb. Oh, I wear those around all summer long, all summer. It's wonderful. You're more or less grounded. Your feet can grip on the soil or anywhere you're walking. I love them. But the necessities that you should have stored away, everybody should have. Go back to the basics, food and water. And I'm going to show these again. These are aqua tabs, having a rapid way to be able to sanitize water. Very rapid, very quickly. Aqua tabs. In fact,
Nice.
I got some sleeves of these. We're gonna be traveling coming up soon, and I'm gonna have a sleeve of those in my shirt pocket when I travel.
Yeah.
You don't want to get water sick. You're down and out. You're out of it, man. But
I think also having.
Thanks for letting me speak up. Mm-hmm.
No, it's good. I love what you're saying. And I think that the water tablets are a really good resource to have as well. The thing is as well, they're really light. So because they're light, that's one of the greatest things about them. So it's very easy to have like a compact couple, and they do last for an extended amount of time too. About the water shoes, the whole point there is like the fact that quite often if you are hiking for quite a far duration, and then you have like at the end of the day, once you've had like a day of hiking, you'll find that like your feet, the last thing that you want to do is have like, the hiking boots in the evening. So having like water shoes, which are extremely light to carry with you as well, and just like slipping them on an absolutely amazing thing to have as well. So if I can just speak on this topic, because the topic actually intrigued me, the subject that you guys have for this evening, and it's something that I'll try to sum it up for a minute. And it's one that I've actually been thinking of quite a lot, recently as well, because my cousins and I, we speak quite often about certain preparedness elements and that as well. When it comes to gear and when it comes to utility in general. And what I firstly conditioning yourself against having to rely on petrol and fuel. So things like cycling, things like Bob is an amazingly good motivator when it comes to the capability that Bob has, because Bob has prepared an amazing cart, and the cart is capable of carrying quite a good amount of gear. You don't need fuel, you don't need any like gas whatsoever. So basically you can carry that if everything else, and if the gas stations are all completely blocked up because there's no capability to get to them. I'm speaking in like SHTF, there's a couple of scenarios that would point this out. But to make sure that I can summarize this to a minute, what I'll say is that if you look at your conditioning of your lifestyle in a lot of ways, and it segues quite neatly into the topic of this evening as well, what we would do as fuel alternatives, essentially, and making sure that you condition, so having like a good amount of experience on cycling, being cycling fit is a really good thing as well if you need to, if it's necessary. Necessity for the situation as well that you're in. But I just want to say fundamentally, to sum it up as fast as I can, if I only have 30 seconds left. So what I'd really say is that you need to look at the water. So water, when you're speaking about purification tablets, is a really good thing. But having something like a Sawyer Mini, the water filter system that filters out like thousands of gallons of water as well from almost any water source. And right there, if you bring up what Gil's showing there, that is perfect. That is exactly what you need. That is the most fundamental water filtration system that you would ever have in your life. I will absolutely advocate for that, and I don't advocate for gear ever. But water, as soon as you've got water covered, know what food you can have. So know what food to use, and that's just knowledge. So knowledge is one of the things that you really need for like these type of scenarios. Know what you can eat, know what you can't eat, know how to grow fruits and vegetables that are in your area that are really fast growing. Things like radishes grow almost anywhere, very fast survival food. Potatoes, there's a couple of them. So food, water, make sure that you have ability for shelter. For shelter, you're going to have like maybe 2 is 1, 1 is none. So try and have at least 2 sharp axes. So when it comes down to this type of equipment as well, like your cutting, remember the 5 C's of survival: cutting, cordage, container, combustion, and container, cover, combustion, cordage, and cover.
Container.
So it's tops. So it's basically tops and stuff as well, and then cordage. The point is, and I know that I've been rambling on a little bit more, but if anybody's actually listening to what I'm saying, that are completely be aware of the fundamentals of what I'm trying to say to you: food, water, shelter. So having axes, having good amount of cordage, having the capability to tie branches in. So like wire will go very, very far, and it's easy to carry as well. So having the ability to create shelter wherever you are, because warmth is going to be something that's so fundamental to what you do. And ideally, what we're doing this evening, and to close up on what I'm saying, the conversations that we're having and that we've had for the last several years on every Saturday night on Shadow Stream, mentally, we're becoming a lot more like aware of scenarios that could play out. And even if nothing ever happens, it's a good way for us to communicate with one another. But more fundamentally than that, it's mentally being prepared of anything that could potentially come up. So I hope that you do understand what I'm saying. Making sure that every single day that you're conditioning yourself to be of a prepared mindset is a lifestyle. It's not just, I'm going to be a prepper this year. It's something that you continue on through your whole life. Enjoy the outdoors, enjoy gardening, enjoy fitness, enjoy community, enjoy friendship. Be a good person to the people around you, because you never know when you're going to need them in a situation that gets really, really bad. So the people that you're walking by day to day, be nice to them, be kind to them, try and have some rapport, because that rapport could save your life one day. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah.
Radishes, radish seeds. I got that tip from you. Cherry radishes. I'm going to plant some on my deck this summer. Yep.
Remember that the leaves are edible too, Bob. Remember that the leaves of radishes are also edible.
Right on.
Yeah. All right, so here's something else. This is the Asterapen. It's a UV water sterilizer. So you just put the tip in there and you turn it on, and it sterilizes out from bacteria, stuff like Giardia and other things like that.
I wanted to
those
show.
Are quite expensive, but they are good.
A cutting tool that is overlooked for gathering firewood.
Oh, yeah.
Pruning shears. They're silent. They're lightweight. You can carry them. When I cleared out that orchard a few years ago, this is what I used. I didn't use any machete or anything like that, or an axe. With 2 different sizes of pruning shears. Yeah, you can cut all the firewood you want with different bypass shears and anvil shears. Anvil shears are made for dry wood, very large pieces. bypass shears like that are made for living wood, but consider it. You know, like in my gardening kit right here, I've got a hand pair of pruning shears. Man, you can cut a path through a forest with just a hand pair of bypass shears in an instant, and you don't make any noise. Just clip, 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 and just keep going. But yeah, it's an overlooked tool that's designed for cutting wood. You know.
I think as well, just jumping a little bit back to the water thing, what Guardian was talking about the Sawyer Squeeze, that's a fantastic tool. Lots of hikers really love those because, you know, they're great for back flushing, they're very light, portable, and you can get some clean water out of them. Personally, I prefer to use something, this is called a Grail Geopress, which is effectively just a bottle that you take this off, like, I'll just quickly sort of demonstrate it.
Mm-hmm.
The filter's here at the bottom. You scoop up the dirty water, and then what you would do is you would push this down, you would press this down, and it effectively becomes a container for your water. Now, the beauty of something like this, if you versus a Sawyer Squeeze, for example, is this will actually remove viruses. Now, the Sawyer won't remove viruses. This will remove viruses. This will also remove chemicals. The Sawyer won't remove chemicals. You know, it has got pros and cons. Everything has pros and cons. This is more expensive. It's heavier, and it won't remove everything. So there are some heavy metals, for example, that it can't remove. But for the most part, this will remove viruses, bacteria, protozoa, chemicals, heavy metals, a lot of things. A lot more than, say, a Sawyer system will. So if you live in an area where you're particularly prone to come across things like cattle spill over into the streams, this is what you want, because this will filter that out. A Sawyer system won't filter that out. Boiling, pasteurizing your water is obviously always a very good thing to do. But what a lot of people don't realize is that doesn't kill everything, that doesn't remove everything. You're not going to remove heavy metals or chemicals by boiling water. And there are even some plumes, algae plumes and things like that, you won't remove the chemical effect, the toxin, by boiling. In fact, it actually makes it worse. But a system like this can actually remove that. So just a little something to potentially look at if you're putting your water preps together. An absolute SHTF situation, use this and then boil the water from this, you know, and then you're covered on all bases if you can do that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one of the things I want to talk about, I was waiting until we got a good number of people in here, that everybody should have, and that is a complete first aid kit.
Yeah.
That is personalized to your family.
Yeah.
Because some people need EpiPens, some people need other allergen stuff, you know, medications and stuff. So you need to make sure your first aid kit is personalized to your family's needs.
To me, I keep this right next to. I'm out in my workshop. This is, what is it? Bacitracin, an antibiotic ointment, especially when you get older and your body resistance, it diminishes as you get older. A thorn. This is from experience. I was out taking my sons hiking, and we sat down to have some lunch, and I set my hand down on the ground, and I got a thorn in the palm of my hand. I took my knife out, took it out, went on about my business. About 3 o'clock in the morning, I was in the emergency room. Tetanus or whatever set in, and I'm telling you, just in a matter of a few hours, my hand was that big. And as soon as I got a tetanus shot, I started healing up pretty quick. But from that point on, that's a hard lesson. Take some kind of an antibiotic ointment with you. Keep it nearby you. I take this when I travel too.
Yeah. Iron Firehorse says, I'm allergic to the ointments like that. So that must be something she can use that has have the same effect as that type of
That's why it's
ointment
important
you
to
have.
have it. That's why it's important to personalize your first aid kit. And if
Yes,
you need to,
I agree.
put a list in there to say what certain members of your family have allergies to, in case it's not you that's medicating them. You know, if you have very young children that are allergic to penicillin, for example, make sure that maybe even put a necklace around them that says allergic to penicillin. You know, because you might not be the one that's administering that first aid. Especially if, imagine you've got a very substantial first aid kit and something happens to your family and you're unconscious or something, and other people are using your equipment in order to assist you. That's why you need to make sure, especially if you have a large family, you've got a large first aid kit, that it's entirely personal to you. I think with this conversation, but all of you guys are preppers, and you guys are a lot more skilled than me when it comes to the prepping side of things. So I'm going to put a little bit of a wilderness spin on everything, all of the topics that we go through, because that's more my bag, that's more my end, and I think that'll add a little bit of diversity to the conversation as well. So obviously when I'm talking about things like geopresses, you know, it doesn't filter out a lot of water. You're not going to get hundreds of thousands of gallons of water out of that. You know, that's really just something that one or two people can use for a period of time, a few months in a wilderness scenario or at home. You're not going to be able to prep your whole house with that kind of stuff. But I'm not really a prepper, so, you know, I don't prep that way. I don't have, you know, hundreds of thousands of gallons of water sitting in a basement or anything like that. So I'm not really qualified to really talk about the best way to do that. These guys are. So, you know, but between the 4 or 5 of us that come on here, we'll probably cover every subject.
Well, I agree with what you're doing there, Alan, because I've been to Europe several times, and you guys live in very close proximities.
Very close.
You've gotta have an option to be able to get out if something goes wrong. You've got to have a kit that you can grab and beat feet out of your village quickly. And that's very smart of you to keep up on that. Brilliant, really.
One of the things I was talking about, we're here talking about being allergic to certain medications. A lot of the medications that people are allergic to are petroleum-based. You know, big pharma's petroleum-based stuff. That's one of the reasons why a lot of us talk about get some of the books on herbal medications, and don't just get the book and put it on the shelf. Read it, find out what there is, and start. Go see there's classes in your area that you can go to where a person to actually teach it and learn more about the herbal medicines and stuff. Because prior to Rockefeller, that was a real doctor, not these drug pushers that we're going to now. It's, oh, you got a symptom here, let me treat the symptom, not the cause. So learn about the herbal medications and stuff that you can use, and that way you can avoid some of the allergies that several of the medications cause.
Yeah, the preventative measures in your health generally are, go a long way. We do live in a society where we kind of think we can just take an ointment or a pill for every ailment. It doesn't matter that I eat like crap. I'll just take some sort of pill or jag myself and I'll lose all the fat. So I'll get fat and then I'll give myself an injection. What a terrible way of thinking. That's Western society.
I definitely agree with you about that, Alan. It's terrible.
I mean, the thing is, we're all getting older, and eventually, we're going to age out and then fall off the mortal coil. But in the meantime, we can try and stay as healthy as possible by doing a little bit of exercise, watching what we eat as much as possible, and paying less attention to processed crap and over medication, because that's what's destroying our society in general. And I am a bit of a hypocrite. I eat terribly, and I drink a little bit, so I'm not super healthy. But I understand enough that I won't go to a doctor. I've been to a doctor twice in my life, and both those cases have been for a broken bone. And one time I got E. coli poisoning while on holiday in Turkey. Never eat the buffet in Turkey. But other than that, I've never been to a doctor so far. but I appreciate that once I get older, I will have to eventually go to doctors more. But if I look after myself with vitamins and exercise and better food, I can stave that off as long as possible. There's no point in being a 25 stone prepper and then realizing you can't get out of your house.
Yeah.
You need to pay attention to your own health.
One of the going back to the prepping items. This is an item I don't prep, but I know a lot of you guys will. How many have a good supply of coffee?
I've got plenty of tea bags. I don't like coffee. I'm British. I drink tea.
Yeah, so tea, but yeah, I know that Shadow likes his coffee, and I know that and Mark has been freeze drying and vacuum sealing pounds and pounds of coffee. But yeah, it's I know Tammy McNeil Rebel Canners talks about storing coffee a lot. But yeah, if there's something like that is your pleasure vice, do you store that as well? Do you have that in your preps to keep you happy and in good spirits?
It's definitely got a morale aspect to it as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what the calorific value of coffee is. It's probably very minimal, but it is a mild stimulant. And it does also add a morale boost, especially to people who really enjoy coffee. And most of the cheap coffee that you buy is freeze-dried, ironically. That instant type coffee that you just put straight in a cup. So it's easy to store. It's relatively inexpensive to an extent. It's it depends what you think expensive is when it comes to drinks, but it's also warming. It keeps you warm. So on a cold day, if a hot coffee.
That's what I was laughing at. Was this comment? I was waiting for Shadow to put it up there.
Functional coffee's medicine.
It's also for socializing. Sit down and have a cup of coffee together.
Yeah,
very. It's internationally, coffee is. But yeah, right here, that's freeze-dried coffee right there. And it comes in glass jars, and I'm using the glass jars for composting for, what do you call it, compost tea for my plants. Yeah, they're outside, different materials inside of it rotting away right now. Dual use.
Okay, Joel, no problem.
I mean, it also puts a bit of normality into any stressful situation. Now, the tea follows the same function. Tea has the same function. Mm-hmm. The British military, to this very day, still have what they call brewing up breaks. So it doesn't matter what they're doing. They could be in the middle of a battle somewhere. If they get a bit of an opportunity where there's a lull in the conflict, they will then say, brew up, guys. And then the guys will, make a cup of tea. And then what they do is they make one cup, between two or three of them. And, one has a couple of drinks and then he passes it to the next guy and then he passes it to the next guy. And what that does is it breaks up the day a little bit to the point of, let's just have a cup of tea, almost to the point where it's a bit of a joke. British people, have tea breaks in the middle of wars. They really do. But they do it they do it because of the morale boost. It settles the nerves. It gets people organized a little bit and they feel a little bit refreshed, even though it's just water. And it's flavored water basically. There's not a lot of calories to it, but you kind of feel a little bit more energized after it, and you think, right, I've had my cup of tea or my coffee, let's get back to it, and then they go into doing whatever they're doing. So absolutely stockpile up on tea and coffee if that's your thing.
Back when I was a little kid, about 4 or 5 years old, my grandmother was a big coffee drinker, the only one in the family that drank coffee. And little kids, we were around there one time. She left her cup of coffee sitting there, and she went to the bathroom. And so there's about 4 of us that are, all around the same age, all the cousins and stuff. And everyone goes, "Oh, this is nasty. You try it." None of us drink coffee, but we love the smell of it.
Yeah,
because the coffee itself was so bitter to us, we won't drink it. But it's like potpourri. We love the smell of it.
Yeah. Coffee's actually became more popular in the UK now. It is quite a popular drink. But I think that when I was a kid, to me, coffee was the instant stuff from Nescafe that you put a scoop into a a cup of water, and I thought it tasted disgusting, and I never ever drunk it. And then when McDonald's and stuff became a bit more popular, people were drinking lattes and cappuccinos. So when people talk about coffees now, they're talking about some fancy latte, and that is a bit more, nice tasting. But that's effectively just a
double cream shot with butter and caramel.
Yeah, when I was in the military, coffee was everywhere because, like, when I'd go to England, the water in England tastes different than it does in the States. It's not tainted or anything. It won't make you sick, but it has a different flavor than our water. So we would mix, boil
lime
up
scale.
coffee.
Lime scale. Southern England has a lot of lime content, so the water there tastes kind of limey. In Scotland, we have a completely different fresh tasting water. We don't have to descale the inside of our kettles in the northern part of the UK or in Scotland. It's called soft water and hard water. That's what that is.
Yeah, so it was a good way to mask the flavor of the regional water. That's just but my father served with the British RAF in World War II, and he just would shake his head. Those English and their damn tea time. They take a break and tea time, gentlemen. They right in the middle of a combat in Burma, and tea time.
They still do it. And they swear by the benefits of it, and I genuinely believe those kind of benefits are true. And the same benefits the military has would benefit people in an SHTF situation. Sometimes if you're highly stressed, if you're in a highly stressed situation and you're not thinking clearly and you don't know what's going on, simply just going to the side and having a cup of tea. That could be enough for you to settle your nerves, clear your mind, and it focuses you a little bit. And then you can
also gathers the guys together to be able to talk.
Yeah.
And converse with each other. But I saw that when I was at Nellis Air Force Base. The Royal Air Force came and took 2 hangars behind where I was working. And they set up a tent so they could change into their work clothes. And they also set up a little brew house right between the hangars. One day was quite unusual for us Americans because we just showed up for work and I hear the sound of bagpipes. And what the hell is that?
Somebody killing a cat.
Some Brit between the hangars was practicing his pipes, and he was definitely a Scotty in the RAF. And us Americans opened up the back door of the hangar, like, what the hell? And it goes, am I disturbing you? No, go ahead. We're just enjoying this. Quite an unusual event.
And Fire Dr. Ninja Turtle says, I have tons of coffee at all times. Is rich if SHTF. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And Brian's there.
Hey, Brian.
I've also got in my storage.
Hey, Brian.
Pedialyte is an electrolyte, and it's got flavor in it. So, say you just boiled your water or whatever, ready to drink, and it tastes bland to you. They come in little sachets. Tear one open, pour it into your water, and you've got a little bit of flavor, to bring up your spirits a little bit and to increase the amount of electrolytes in your body. Yeah. So that's something to consider.
If you're distilling a lot of water, if you're using stills to get water, or if you are, if you're using something like a reverse osmosis system to remove salt from water, it's a good idea to add those electrolytes to that water afterwards, because it's devoid of all the vitamins and minerals that you require in water.
Yes.
When you distill water. Yeah. So a lot of people don't realize that. So it's a very good idea, like Bob's saying, to have stockpiles of some of those electrolytes. Yeah. And you can get I've seen ones now that don't have any flavor to them if you don't like the flavor of them, or I've seen ones that have orange flavor and things like that, that deliberately add flavor, to make the water more appetizing.
Yeah, I've got a way to distill water, and I do occasionally, And yeah, it's good to be able to cook that up and then put a little bit of flavor back into it, because it is clean. It is, once you distill water, there's nothing in there but H2O and little flavor. Go at it. Go back to work.
Yeah. Plus the electrolytes
another-
go a way to adding the salts and minerals to your body as well.
Yeah.
If you're sweating a lot because you're under pressure, you need that. You need that back in you. You know, athletes don't just drink pure water. You know, they drink electrolytes and things for that.
I would talk about this a little bit. The stress involved with like prolonged power failure. It's going to take you 10 times more work to get one thing done, because you don't have that electric switch just to flip it. Now you've got to build a fire. You've got to do 100 other things just to get through your day. So, yeah, I would just say hydrate, man. Drink as much as you can. You know?
Somebody actually meant that. You see that comment there about the coconut water. I actually was drinking some of that earlier today. I like the taste of coconut water. Some people don't like it. Coconut water is a fantastic drink for rehydration, to the point you can actually, in an absolute dire medical situation, you can actually use coconut water as a drip. You know, what do they call that? The medical drip, IV. You can actually use coconut water as an IV. It's that good. From a hydration point of view, and it lasts quite a long time. If you buy containers of the stuff from a supermarket, and you can store it in the cupboard. It doesn't need to be refrigerated or anything. You can store it in the cupboard for a long time, and that's a very good source of hydration.
I suppose you could even use that as an antiseptic on an open wound. Not a big gash, but I mean, you pour coconut water.
A small cut, maybe.
Yeah, I've got a gallon of distilled water in storage right here, just in case, for an antiseptic. Because it's not full of germs. It's pretty clean water, and it's just for that reason. In case we get a cut before we bind it up or whatever, we could pour some distilled water on it and bind it up and stop the bleeding.
Yeah, I think another item that I would advocate that everybody have that they might not be, they might not readily have, is a good tarp. Have a good tarp, one that you can transport, like a military style tarp that 2 or 3 people can go under and shelter from. Also have some cordage to be able to tie it to a tree or whatever. But also, have a decent sized tarp just in your backyard as well, because a tarp is a very versatile item. One, as a shelter, but you can use it as a water catchment device.
Yes.
You can use it as a signaling device. There's lots of things. You could cover up supply. If you need to remove a lot of stuff in your house, you can use that as a shelter to sort of contain that. You can use it as a holding device. You can wrap the stuff up and turn it into bags. All sorts of stuff you can do. They're relatively inexpensive, but if you're talking about having some sort of bag, a bug out bag, definitely have a tarp in there, a military style tarp. I would advocate going for the ones that don't have the hoods, like a poncho. Have a sort of British military or Australian military square tarp. The poncho ones are okay, but they're generally a little bit smaller and they have a hood that you have to tie. But you can go out; they're fine as well. But have a good size one that you can transport or use at home in your back garden if you have space to do it.
All right. To answer the question that was popped up there by Mr. Wilder Beast 66, does coconut water loosen your bowels? According to the AI, yes, coconut water can cause diarrhea if consumed in excess due to its high potassium content, natural laxative effects, blah 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 blah. Yeah. So if you drink too much of it, you can get diarrhea.
Oh yeah. That's definitely the case. You can drink quite a lot of it, though, to be fair. You could probably drink a couple of liters of it really a day, and you would be okay. You would need to drink quite a lot of it to give the laxative.
Especially if you spread it out during the day, not all. You
don't want to go down and don't down it.
You don't want to pick one and just.
Yeah, unless you want to sort of clear your bowels out for some reason. I mean, sometimes that's a good thing to do. So, If you've got access to a lot of coconuts, then absolutely. It sounds like something you need to be in a tropical country to have, but it's a very cheap thing in supermarket. I drink it all the time. I had some of it today because it's cheap, it's available, and I like the taste of it. It's good for you. It's healthy. So if you stockpile that, if you like the taste of it.
Well, here's a piece of trivia for you. The British Navy back in the days, sailing ships, would punish people by putting them on bread and water. Why? Not to starve them. Bread and water makes you constipated.
Yeah.
So, I'll go on bread and water. Just make a coconut water.
Yeah.
You're
Bob,
counteracting the.
Was it you, Bob, that said that in America they call that cake and champagne?
Yes, that's what the U.S. Navy calls it.
Yeah.
I knew a fella. He was a rowdy idiot, and he got in the brig a couple of times. And when he got put in the brig, cake and champagne, all you can eat, and that's it. You don't get anything else. Bread and water, cake and champagne, with some Marine guard to keep you in the cage, and who would beat the crap out of him every once in a while.
Yeah.
Cake and champagne.
I have actually heard as well that the army rations, the rat packs they call them in the UK, but generally military rations also are designed to make you a little bit constipated.
And they got the gum with you to relax you once you get back out from patrol, and you get back in, then you chew the gum up, and then you.
Is that what the gum's for? I always thought that was just like to help your teeth, but it wasn't always sugar free, so I never understood why people would say that.
It has the laxative in it.
Ah.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah, but basically, anybody who's new to being prepared to food and water, you've got to have it. Yeah. And store what you like to eat.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, don't just because it's on sale. If you don't like it, don't buy it, because you ain't going to eat it until you're starving.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's why when I was right around 2020, when I saw a disaster here with all the riots and the fires and the violence, and I went to the whole family, everybody in the family individually. What I'm going to gather up a bunch of canned goods and all that. What would you like to have in there for you? And I mentioned this before.
Cover up for everyone.
Yeah, my daughter was a vegan at the time, and she said beans, any kind of beans, cans of beans. Any particular one? No, just beans, Dad, because they've got enough protein to keep you going and all that. But
beans contains a lot of protein, so they are good for you.
Yeah,
there's definitely something to be said about varying. If you're stockpiling a lot of canned food, having a difference in food, just because I see the shelves of some people and they have like 1,000 tins of the same thing.
Yeah,
I cannot imagine a more torturous thing than just eating the same thing over and over and over again. Even if it was, I'll eat a steak, but you give me the best cut steak going every day of the week for a fortnight, I'll get pretty sick of that pretty quickly.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Yeah, it's called food fatigue. Mm-hmm. It's called food fatigue.
Yeah.
Yeah, so shake it up as much as possible. I like Stag Chili. That's a brand that we have over here. I don't know if you guys have got it over there. Tins of Stag Chili with
Stag
pasta.
Chili.
I like Dynamite Stag Chili with pasta is my, when I can't be bothered cooking anything, I cook that. And that's my survival type food sometimes when I go out and about. I stockpile that a little bit, but it's expensive, and I would get sick of it after a while as well.
Yeah, that's the thing is, all right, chili. Our family prefers venison. Then we'll take stag. Then one of the last ones we get is Libby's chili, which is just downright nasty. But and people have different preferences to it. So what I may like, someone else may not like, and like that. So, but that's one of the things like Bob was saying. What do you want for you? To make sure that everyone has something that they'll like.
Yeah.
Yeah, and people are talking about canned fruits and things like that as well. If try and get stuff that contains a lot of vitamin C, because those are the kind of things that you're going to lack in a sustained food down situation, and those are the kind of things that catch a lot of people out when it comes to, I'll just stockpile a bunch of meat, or I'll stockpile all this carbs. You need vitamin C in your diet as well. If you lack vitamin C, you get scurvy, and it only takes 6 weeks. Only takes 6 weeks to get scurvy if you deplete vitamin C from your diet. That's why sailors used to get it a lot.
Yeah.
And it's readily available in a variety of foods that you can get nowadays, even in tins. Back in the days where mariners would get it, it's because they were taking things that they believed would get them through a long journey, and they weren't taking a lot of fresh stuff because they didn't keep well at sea. But that was the problem,
Well, speaking about vitamin C for you, something that I hadn't even thought about including on this is going to your garden. How many people have fruit trees in their garden? Whether it's apricots, apples, whatever. So you have a source of food out there that is also a source of shade as well.
Yeah.
But it's like I know Howie's going to come in here at some time here. Food Forest Permaculture. He has a big lemon tree inside his house. I got an orange tree. I got 9 oranges that are just starting to ripen now. That when I brought the tree inside, it blossomed after I brought it inside in the fall. So I got oranges. But yeah, that's one of those things that you can do is make sure you have something that'll give you fresh food like that have the vitamins in it.
I think as just quickly talking about some of the vitamins. Some people have got this idea that I don't need any food that has vitamin C in it because I'll simply buy vitamin C tablets and I'll substitute my diet that way. Mm-hmm. Artificially substituting your diet that way, I mean, it will work. I mean, you can do that, but if you can take it as a food source, that's far better.
Yeah,
it's far better to do that.
Well, here's one of the things on that. Tagging on that, the vitamin C. 95% of the vitamin C is listed as citric acid. Well, that's not a citrus acid. It's a citric acid, which is made from black mold, not from a citrus fruit. And so it is a real artificial vitamin C, and it's actually harder for your body to assimilate it than any other form of vitamin C. So yeah, the more you know about some of these vitamins and stuff, it's like, there's certain things like there's I just saw a video last Tuesday from Dr. Eric Berg, and he was talking about a bunch about the magnesium, and he went through all the different types of magnesiums listed in the vitamins. And the first one, he would start at the bottom, the rock bottom one. The first one he listed off, your body will only be able to assimilate less than 10% of it because it is not a really digestible form of magnesium. And he went through all the different ones going up to some of the ones where you'll get like 45% of the magnesium you can digest from the vitamins that it's added to it. And that's, But then if you get certain animal products like beef or lamb or something, the magnesium they have in there, it's like 95% assimilatable by humans.
Yeah. I mean, I was just going to say, I mean, some of those vitamins that you buy from less than reputable places as well, they're full of bulking agents and other impurities and contaminants in order to sell you.
Oh, pineapple rings. Oh,
yes, sir.
So
I have these.
Delicious.
Isn't it, though? I have these in my cupboard. I have a snack once in a while. But you guys saw that unitized thing that I've got in case of flood or fire and the wife and I have to get out. I've got some of this. It's a dried pineapple and some dried mango. It's a nice sweet flavor. and it's lightweight, and and if you're in a dire straits of any kind, stuck in the house because of whatever, or if you're out on the road, it's easy to carry, and it lifts your spirits. Got something nice and to chew on. It's nice and sweet and a good flavor. So I recommend you guys, keep some of this kind of stuff around, because it's easy to store and all that. But
Yeah,
just
I'm
a
going to
suggestion.
buy a couple of those.
You really should, Shadow, because these are really good, man.
Yeah, I love those.
Mhm.
I love pineapple. I love mango,
Mhm.
papaya. Oh,
Yeah.
it's so good.
It's a good idea if even if you're not into foraging, a lot of foraging or
Banana chips.
identifying things like that. If you take a look at the plants in your local area that are high in certain vitamins, vitamin C being one of the primary ones, because that's one of the things that are lacking the most in a lot of diets. So where I live, for example, I'm quite close to the coast, and what we have is something called sea buckthorn, which is very easily and readily available, and it's available year round, and it has far more vitamin C in it than an orange, for example. So that I know where that is. I know what it looks like. I know how to collect it, and so for me, that's a way of easily getting access to vitamin C. And there'll be plants like that in everybody's region. You just have to have a look around and do a little bit of education, and then just make a mental note of where it is.
Yeah. Interesting thing on vitamin C. Everyone talks about, have your glass of orange juice. A glass of grape juice has 50% more vitamin C than a same size glass of orange juice. And grape leaves have even more vitamin C. So make yourself a grape leaf salad, and you're good on your vitamin C there.
Yeah, and kiwi contains more vitamin C than an orange.
Yeah.
I mean, just briefly talking about vitamins as well. Vitamin D is something that you get vitamin D from the sunshine, basically. And if you live in a particularly dark part of the world, a lot of people are deficient in vitamin D. In my part of the world, and probably Shadows as well, a lot of our population is vitamin D deficient. They actually recommend that we supplement a little bit of that. Yeah. But in an SHTF situation, you're indoors a lot. And you eventually could be potentially not getting as much vitamin D as you require. So that's something to consider as well. Also, if you are white people produce vitamin D, but we can produce it. From what I understand, if you are African, you don't produce vitamin D naturally, so you have to be in the sunshine a lot more
because of the melatonin.
Yeah. So it might be the case that you have to have more of a stockpile of vitamin D supplements, for example.
And Vanessa Kitty has a good point. Health problems create vitamin deficiency too.
Yeah.
So you need to take that in consideration as well.
One of the best sources of vitamin D from plants is olive oil. Cold pressed olive oil is very high in vitamin D. So for you up in the northern one, start adding olive oil to your salads and to your cooking, and you'll get your vitamin D.
I use olive oil for my pasta.
Yeah, I use olive oil for everything now, because I've removed seed oils from my diet entirely. Apart from, and I can't avoid it completely, from fast foods and things, but in the household, it's good quality extra virgin olive oil. Costs a little bit more than seed oil, but it's way worth it. I recommend doing that, not just from a health point of view, but it's also a good thing to prep, because oil is a very good nutrient dense food source.
Yeah, Vanessa Kitty has a good point, actually. Be darn careful on those vitamin doses you are using. Overdoses on them to cause huge health problems. And I agree with that.
Yeah, that's why you be best to try to adapt your diet to provide most of the vitamins and stuff you like to get. No, olive oil is not a seed oil. It's the flesh around the olive seed, the pit. So they deep hit it and they squeeze the flesh of the olive to get the oil out of it.
Yeah.
Of course, then if you just like eating olives, you're going to get it anyways.
Yeah.
Let's see. Other items you should have already in your preps. Oh, tools.
Yeah.
Pliers and stuff. Different types of pliers, hammers, hand tools. Someone mentioned hand tools way earlier, but yeah, want to make sure you have hand tools that'll work without power.
Yeah. Hand saws, screwdrivers.
Oh shoot! Maybe I can find her. Maybe I can find her real quick for you guys. Give me a second here. See if I can find it here. There is a channel. I wish they went and screwed up. Chrome went and screwed up where it does stuff that I don't like it doing, and I'm trying to see if I can get it to. Okay, there we go. Damn it! Come on, stop doing that. I don't want you doing that, you piece of crap. There we go. It's trying to make it side by side instead of pulling the window off separate. So I've got to try to work with it here to try to get it set up here for you guys, so I can find some. But yeah, there are some really great channels out there or pages on like Facebook that had to cover tools and stuff, woodworking ones and stuff, amazing ones out there. They're all hand tools. And I'm going to try to find one here for you guys to show it to you if I can get it to work right here. All these, everyone's trying to go to AI thinking, oh, AI knows exactly what you want. No, AI does not know anything about what I want. I would say AI trying to do stuff for me is 99% wrong.
I tell you what, see, sometimes just for fun, I put questions into ChatGPT about survival things that I am 100% sure of. ChatGPT, only half the time, I would say, ever gives me the right answer. Yeah. A lot of the time, it just feeds me bollocks. Or it tells me what I think I want to hear, or kind of sounds good. It also pushes a lot of myths. So be very wary of getting your sort of survival knowledge or prepping knowledge entirely from ChatGPT or something, because all it's really doing is pulling from lots of different sources online, and there's a lot of crap online.
If I can get this to stop here. There we go. Come on, damn it. Okay, there we go. If I can get it to stop. There we go. I'm going to share something here now. This is one that's here in up in Canada, closer to Bob than it. This one here is absolutely funny. She is. All right, this is Nicole, and she chops firewood for a living and stuff. She also does blacksmith work, and she takes old axes and split mauls and splitters and stuff, and she makes new handles for them. She restores the axes and stuff, shows you how to sharpen it, how you do everything. But yeah. She, if you want to learn about how to do axing, how to cut woods, and how about different woods, or different density of woods and stuff, all the different ones. She's a wealth of information up there. She's written a book too, a couple books. So, but yeah. Anyways, I just thought I'd share that one. That's yeah. So there is Nicole, COENEN is her page, and yeah.
She definitely knows how to wield an axe. I would probably kill myself if I tried to wield an axe like that.
Oh yeah, I mean
that was hurting my back just watching it.
And if you have her on a big thing, you look at her, it's like, I ain't gonna back talk her. She is buffed.
What did I just walk into?
Well, I was just going to say, there goes the neighborhood. The British have arrived. Oh my God, what now?
What's Alan then?
Yeah, I was already here.
we send the
know,
Scottish in
Just
first,
messing
like
with
cannon fodder, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely, like
there is
when it comes to tools,
there is truth to that. There is truth.
a good chopping tool, a good sawing tool, a good cutting tool, and a good digging tool. If you can get one of each of those things, then you're in a fairly good place, and then you can build up other stuff after that.
Oh, that reminds me. The one tool that she shows in only a couple of her videos is the draw knife, and she for making the axe handles and stuff. And she uses a good draw knife, and and a couple of them she actually shows how to sharpen them and stuff too. Excellent channel.
What channel was it? I missed it. I just came into She's Buff.
It was a very fit looking woman cutting gigantic logs.
Nicole Coenen on Facebook. And I think she has a YouTube channel too, but she's always popping up in my feed on Facebook. But her along with the one from the Philippines, the Patty Bing from the Philippines, where she does the plank work exercises.
Oh, my money's on the Filipina. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, she is incredible. Her thing is, I'm a grandmother, and she's out there doing stuff like, crap. I give up. She's putting me to shame.
I found her. There you go.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, I've got to go, guys. Get my day started. Yeah. So
Okay,
peace
Bob,
out,
no
everyone.
problem.
Later, Bob.
Yeah.
Peace out.
Was it something I said, Bob? Come in, he leaves.
Oh God, the British are here. Oh, God. Okay, I'm okay. I've been putting up with one Canadian in the side chat, but
all right.
You don't need to leave. You don't need to leave because of us. We're letting you use our airbase now. You can use our airbase.
Okay. All right. Thanks, fellas.
Yeah.
Peace out, everybody. God bless.
Oh, Iron Fire Horse threw up her. Yeah, there's the link to her channel too. Yeah. That's her YouTube channel. Yeah, so she's on YouTube and she's on, but she also does. She's into blacksmithing now, where she's actually making it, and she has this killer Scottish sword that she splits the logs with as well.
Like a claymore.
Yes.
Yeah. Nice.
I think.
I don't think wood chopping with the claymore's too practical, to be fair.
Well, she's not the only one doing this. Like 3 of them using these big old claymore axe swords, and they're just splitting the logs. It's like, but you can see when she does it, all her muscles in her shoulder and stuff suddenly like steel cables. It's like,
nice.
Be very polite to her, gentlemen.
Nice.
You guys might have more of an opinion on this than me. I mean, I've always had a good knife, a good saw, and a good axe, but recently I've been putting together an actual toolkit. People call these EDC toolkits online. I don't know what an everyday carries things heavy as hell. I've been putting this together. The reason I've been putting it together actually is because I'm putting together a toolkit bag for my motorcycle. I'm doing long distance travel, so I need a kit that allows me to be able to do general repairs. But this same sort of kit in most household emergency situations, would go a long way. And there's lots of different, ways of putting these kind of kits together. I'm just wondering if you guys put something like this together. Is this something you do? It's actually it's expensive to put this together. I've not done a video on it yet, but I've slowly been putting this together of everything I think is necessary for my motorcycle, but I can also use in the household. And I'm finding it pricey. Heavy.
Oh yeah.
It's heavy.
I tell you, I'm in the process of doing that, Alan, because in the process of doing all the work on my own car, which I've been doing recently just to save a couple of quid, I've been buying a lot more tools. So Lidl is great. Parkside tools, if anybody's had them before.
There's Parkside tools in here. The ratchets are fantastic.
Yeah, there's some great stuff with them. At the moment, they've got the sharpening stones in that I was talking about 30 quid on Amazon for about 6 quid. So it's unreal. But I've started buying tools for all the work, but then I've realized I've got this huge socket set and I need 3 sizes. I only ever need 3 sizes. And I've got this huge spanner set and I only ever need like 1 or 2 sizes. So I've started to pull them together like you've done. At the moment, it's just in a loose bag, but I do like the organization thing. So maybe I need to find a proper bag like that.
I spent a long time trying to work out what size of bag I needed, and it was based on the exact length of the minimum length of tool that I need for spanners and ratchets to operate on, to work on a bike. For anybody that's interested, the bag I ended up selecting is called the Maxpedition Beefy, which I think is their largest organizer bag, actually. They do one called a Fatty, which a lot of preppers online seem to prefer, which is a little bit smaller. This one's called the Maxpedition Beefy. It cost me like 25 quid on Amazon or something.
Yeah, £23.20 on Amazon at the moment. That's not
really
bad.
good. It's really solid. It's a really solid feeling, nice bag. I like the bag.
Cool.
Yeah. Years ago, when I was working for a construction company, I was on one of the fuel trucks, and I got a 50 caliber ammo can, and I just started putting the most common sockets and in it, and the common wrenches and stuff in there, because it would all fit in there, and that way, if something was going wrong with one of the excavators or something, I could grab that out of the fuel truck, go up there and start wrenching on it, start getting stuff broken down. So when the mechanic got there with his bigger toolkit, I had stuff set pre-done for him. He could hop in there and fix it a lot quicker. And but I have one of those I keep in my pickup, because from that I just went ahead when I left that company, I'm going to put this in my truck, and it's great. It's heavy duty. If I knock it over, it stays locked. And you just pop it open and go through, pull out the tools I need, and go to work on it.
I think having a condensed tool-specific setup is the way to go. I mean, like I say, I'm doing that specifically for a motorcycle, so I only take the Allen keys that motorcycle requires. I only take the wrenches that requires, etc. I mean, I've been building that kit from this kit, which is obviously
a lot more
heavy, but that's a household kit. That's what you have in your house. But I'm kind of surprised. A lot of preppers call these EDCs, and I don't. To me, it's too heavy. But
EDC for me, people have a delusion of EDC.
Yeah,
and they call things EDCs, but then you say, right, okay, so you're going to a wedding, you're going to wear a suit. Where are you going to put this alleged EDC while you're in the suit as a guest at this wedding? Your EDC
I agree.
is literally what's in your pockets. What you've got. I've got most of my EDC in my pockets as we talk, which is a multi-tool, which is a lighter, an element lighter, and a torch, all in one. Yeah, stuff like that. That's your EDC.
Yeah, I got my wallet, I got my knife, and I got my keys. That's what I carry all the time.
I mean, if you're walking around into a wedding with like a blade hanging out, this is my EDC. I'm just going to hang this on here. It's going to go well with my bridesmaid's dress.
It depends where the wedding is, whether or not I'm going to have something in the small of my back that carries a quick change on it, so it can.
I'm a fan of the Viking weddings.
Mike, I like how you say it goes with your bridesmaid's dress as well.
So, my bridesmaid. I'm glad somebody cottoned onto that.
Oh, I saw a wedding video it's posted both on YouTube and on Facebook. They're getting there's the bride, the groom, 4 groomsmen and 4 bridesmaid, and the minister, priest, whatever, goes, if there's anyone who objects to it, speak now, hold your peace. They all pull out their pew-pews. The bride reaches down, pulls up her dress, and I've
seen the clip now. You said it. Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, it's hilarious, isn't it? The groom is like, what? But yeah.
Willow Tree mentioned the stagger there, Alan. I think is it Skiandu or whatever it's called?
It's called a Skiandu.
Skiandu, that's it.
Skiandu. It's a dagger that traditionally you keep in your sock. I guess used for a lot of people think it was like a suicide tool. It's still permissible in most places. There are some venues that will say, you know, put it at the front desk or whatever. But legally in Scotland, for cultural reasons, at weddings and things, you can legally have a real ski and do in your sock. You know,
good to know.
You might have to hand it over at the bar if you go into a bar or something like that. But I mean, a good dagger generally is, we're talking about cutting tools and things that everybody should have. Even if you're a prepper, you should have a good fixed blade knife.
Honestly,
have something solid that you can chop wood and prepare food with, and actually is functional.
I've been well impressed. You know, I need to send you the link for this, Alan. This is the one I'm giving away on my Patreon. But as soon as I got it through and started playing with it, I was well impressed with this. It's Smith & Wesson. It's a good chunk of metal. It's got a rubber handle like the old Mora ones. It feels so comfortable, such a good grip, such a good weight.
Is it made by the actual gun company?
Smith & Wesson. Yeah, and it's so it comes with, nice sharpening block with it as well. And honestly, absolute bargain. It's not a neoprene where the blade gets stuck either. It's got the plastic receiver in the holster, so it sits in nicely. But honestly,
it definitely
price, I've been well impressed. Yeah,
I think everybody should have one good solid fixed blade knife, a full tang fixed blade knife, something like what Mike's got there, or something more the bushcrafty sort of version, or something like that. If you live in the
bushcraft ones, but some of them have a price tag, Alan. Whoa!
Oh yeah, I mean you are paying for premium metals and things like that. This one, for example, I think I said I've had this for years. This one. This is an Enzo Trapper with a curly birch handle. It uses 01 tool steel and a Scandi grind. I'm sure I paid something like £60 or £70 for this. It's probably about £150 nowadays. You know, so the price of the knives have went up considerably since then. That said, I mean, if you move away from the fixed blade full tang, which means the metal goes all the way through the handle, if you can legally carry them, you know, you can't legally carry this in the UK, you know, small pocket knives and things like that, something like these Kirkshaws and stuff. Yeah, those little knives there, they're really inexpensive, those ones. And
I have mine.
Yeah.
This is a Falkniven A1.
That's expensive.
Oh yeah. When I bought it, it cost me $1,999, so almost $200.
Yeah.
Now this knife has gone up in price a lot. So
the thing is, to me, a lot of people will be sitting here listening saying, I'm not paying £150, £200 for a knife. It's an investment.
Sub £50.
You can get you can get a good knife for sub £50, no problem.
I'll tell you another brand to look out for as well. I only noticed it. Remember that? Did you see that stupid Bear Grylls thing where it was celebrities and then they threw them into the middle of the forest and Bear hunted them down?
Never seen it.
It was another one like that, but he kept putting the message for them on the table with this knife, and I thought it looks quite good, and it was a Whitby knife. And basically, which is ironic that Bear Grylls was advertising it, because they look like a rip-off of Gerber's, but they're a fraction of the cost. But I've got one in my camping gear, and they are solid, absolutely solid, and they are really low-end price tags for people.
Another common, relatively inexpensive knife that's favoured in the outdoor space is Mora knives. Mora make a lot of great knives. Most people have got them. Most of us will have them anyway. I've got 2 or 3 of them kicking around. Yeah. And they have all different kinds of functions, all different kinds of use, different metal types as well. Most of them aren't full tang. There is one called the Bushcraft Black Mora, which is a full tang knife, I believe. But you don't need a full tang knife to get by most situations. You really just need that if you're processing a lot of wood and stuff.
If you're whittling with like a little blade, like this is similar to the Moras, but if you just got something like this isn't full tang. It's about 3/4.
Did you get that from Sterling? Did you get that from Bushware?
I did. Got it from
I reckon
Bushware.
that's their knife. That's their version of a Mora. I recognise it because I have one.
Bushware, yeah, and it's solid. And that's all you need. If I'm caught short, and I mean, I'm sure a few of us have been there, and I've had to cut tent pegs and make my own little tent pegs. This is the ideal little knife. Don't really need it to be full tang from that. I'm not going to put that much force through it.
Yeah.
This is my main knife, and this is my secondary knife. This is a Mora companion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nice little blade.
Yeah. This is one of my boot knives, because it can either go on my belt or it can go down my boot, pop it loose, and it's got a nice.
Is that a double-sided blade like a dagger?
Yep.
Yeah.
I also have a boot knife right here.
But I also have this.
Always
this
about
one's-
size, Gil.
I got this. I got the big brother for it. This is the Gerber Mark II with the it's got the it's almost like grabbing sandpaper. It does you have your hands are covered with red stuff. It's not going to slip out of your hand.
Yeah.
This was designed and made for the United States Marine Corps.
I was about to say that
World War II.
That looks like a combat knife.
I also have my boot knife. This is a Smith & Wesson HRT.
What I like about this one, it also happens to have with it a. It doesn't want to come out. It's got a sharpening stone in here.
I like how it's turned into a knife show and tell. We're surrounded by knives and we're just looking around. Your boot knife, Shadow, actually looks very similar to the one I've got. The one I've got is who makes this one? It's called Counterattack 2.
Okay.
Which I believe was featured briefly in the John Wick movies. So it must
it looks like a similar handle pattern to yours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's quite robust. It's a nice little knife. The thing about these dagger type style knives, because they're sharp on both ends, it literally means if you're doing a lot of cutting and slicing, you've got double the amount of edge. You know, when one starts getting dull, you can use the other side. You know, I'm not going to be stabbing nothing, but if I'm slicing a lot of things, that's what that's for.
Speaking of sterling, they were from there as well. These are no longer mine though. These are for like meat processing kind of thing. Muddy, they're called. And they were from that shop in Stirling as well. And the other one in there is obviously for back cutting. It's got the blade on that side. Yeah. But they're Hawkins's now. Awaiting delivery. I had to, honestly, you say I was surrounded by knives, Alan. You're not kidding. I've had to start getting rid of some because it's just ridiculous. It becomes a slight addiction.
That's the biggest blade.
I've got 3 machetes. There's no way I'm going to find the use for 3 machetes. I don't know why I've got them.
Well, this is actually a Malaysian parang. So it's not a machete.
Nice.
It's a very specific tropical tool. It's actually the interesting thing about these kinds of tools is they're actually blunt here, so you can hold them like this, and then
for more detailed work,
for more detailed precision work. It's for preparing food and building shelters and things like that. It's quite a heavy blade, so it's designed for building shelters as opposed to chopping your way through the forest.
Yeah.
My other knives are out in the pew pew safe. I got like 8 katanas out there.
Yeah.
And I've got a couple Bowie knives, and I've got one from Buck that was designed to be used by the Navy. That can be used. It has some pins on it, so you take it, you can toss it up and turn it into a grappling hook, and climb. And has on the pommel, it has a spinning thing on it that has a hole in it, so you tie your rope to it so you can use it to climb up with. But my favorite all-around knife ever is the one I get from a company here called Harbor Freight. They carry the Gordon. What I like about this is, the blade's dull. blades to I take it out.
Yeah, it's just like a thing,
yeah.
Yeah. Put the blade in, boom, that fast.
Yeah.
I have 8 of these around the house in the shop.
I've got a couple of mini versions of them where it's the smaller blades. They're handy for like box opening stuff. But my favorite is upstairs in my bedside cabinet in case I need to do emergency whittling in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Which is the British MOD survival knife. Not an original, a replica one, but I got it from the bug out from Lee.
Yeah.
But it's just a meaty lopping,
those box cutter type knives as well. They're probably the most useful knives in and around about the house, because you can do everything from strip wires to prepare food to prepare clothing. You can do repairs with them, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah,
here it is.
Well used. Yeah.
Well used. Rolson, they're not mixed. I mean, I'm disgraced in showing this. Look how rusty my blade is on there, but it still does what it does. It's there because Amazon packages come, and I'm here.
Exactly. That's every unboxing I do for my videos. You see, I reach out here. All right, here's my everyday carry. Box is open.
Yeah. The thing to remember about bladed items as well is there's no. A lot of people always say, "What's the best knife?" There is no best knife, because they're just tools, and you have to have a specific tool for the specific environment you're in. Even when I was showing my big parang here that's meant for the tropical environments, on the sheath of this parang, I have a Mora, a stainless steel Mora, because that's a more practical. I can't gut a fish with a parang particularly easily, but I can with a stainless steel Mora. It's stainless steel because in a tropical environment there's a lot of moisture content. Not that I'm in the tropics very often, to be honest, especially where I live, but the couple of times that I have, this has been the thing that I've taken with me.
Yeah,
I like
what you said
sounds like a video
important.
waiting to happen. That Alan, you saying I can't gut a fish with the karang or whatever it's called, and then 2 minutes later, just you with this fish.
What you said is very, very true. As far as there's no such thing as the perfect knife, because different things. It's like a hammer.
Yeah,
there's no such thing as a perfect hammer. You can have a little upholstery hammer. You can have a
sledgehammer,
a claw hammer. 16 ounce, 24 ounce, whatever on up. Then you get your sledgehammers, everything from your 4-pan,
24-ounce S-twing. That's all you need for everything.
Well, straighter curve on the okay, all right, smoother hash on the face.
Smooth.
I use hash because sometimes if I'm up there reaching for a nail, I don't want it. I want to be able to hit the nail. I want to make sure it grabs it. But like I said, it's different.
It's the one thing my boss said investing when I did joinery. So he said, don't cheap out on the hammer. Whatever you do, he said, your elbows will forgive you. Don't cheap out on the hammer. We can buy the cheap Black & Decker power tools and replace them once a year. It makes no difference. With your hammer, get something really good.
Yeah. And then then you go from the small hammers, then you go up to, like you're saying, sledgehammers. I got the 4-pound hand drilling hammer. I got the 6-pound hammer, the 8, the 10, the 16, and the 20-pound sledgehammer from when I work construction. Yeah, so each one has its specific uses. Same thing with your knives. Each knife has its specific uses, and this is where I get in arguments with pew enthusiasts. Oh, this is the best one. There's no such thing as the perfect pew, because each one has its specific thing it's designed for.
Yeah, it's the same with axes and things as well. So this is a Grand Force Brooks small forest axe.
That's beautiful. I
that is a good one.
The island.
Yeah,
it's really nice.
To my mind, that's for my environment, for the place I live and the UK and the places I go. This is the best axe you can possibly buy from a size point of view and the manufacturer. I'm a big fan of Grand Force Brooks axes, but if you're in the boreal forest or far north in Canada, you're going to need a much bigger axe than this. This is not a splitting axe.
Yeah, you're not bringing a 3-foot diameter tree down with that one.
No.
It might take a week.
Even that very impressive woman in the video would have trouble splitting those big logs with something like this.
Actually, she's shown using some small axes like that. She'll go through different ones, showing you how to use them.
I do see, I see a lot of people with a much smaller version of this, a little hatchet, I personally don't think that's a good size because you're more liable to injure yourself with something like that. So I advocate something like this, but it's just like you're saying that you have to pick the correct tool for the correct situation. If I had a homestead, I would have multiple different axes because
with that in mind,
they all do different things.
With that in mind, I don't know if it's been mentioned yet, but this
crowbars, pry bars,
something, good solid pry bar, especially if you're like me in your urban environment and you might have to get through doors and things like this. To be fair, these are razor sharp as well. That's why they've got the rubber caps for them and stuff. And I wrapped it just because I had spare paracord. But they are very underrated and it should be part of everyone's kit. Yeah. If it's 90 days past the event and I'm going out looking for canned food, I'm not going to be armed to the teeth, but I'm definitely going to have this with me.
I tell you another good reason for having that. I've got a crowbar. It's a little by again. They came in two sizes, a large one and a medium sized one about that size. I've got one of those under my bed because I seen a thing a while ago where if your house is on fire and a beam or a bit of wall falls in front of your door, you can actually end up trapped in your own house, in your own bedroom, and not able to get out of your door. And if you have a crowbar under your bed, that will give you enough leverage that you can snap your way or smash your way through your own door or break into your child's bedroom through the wall if you have to.
Yes, through the wall.
Through the wall, and you can do that. And when people say, oh, just smash the window if you can't get it open to get out of the house. Have you ever tried to smash double glazing? With just an ornament in your bedroom, you need something like a crowbar. You need something substantial. That's why
I had a normal childhood. I didn't smash any double glazing. Sometimes the brick bounces back. I'm just throwing that.
Yeah.
I never smashed double glazing. I pulled out my machinist spring-loaded center punch. Pop. Ooh. Pop. All right, they're gone.
Another good reason for the Smith & Wesson. It's got the punch on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So I came in here with no idea what the topic was, but items you should have in your preps already, I see at the top.
Yeah. Exactly.
And that's why we're on tools, I assume. I assume the first thing we all covered was food and water, right?
Yeah.
Well, for me, it was actually clothing. Appropriate clothing if you need to leave your house. Good
footwear. Naked though, Alan.
Not in Scotland.
This is not naked and afraid. All right, this is not naked and afraid.
Not in Scotland, you can. I just wanted to make sure like food, water is covered because it's all good having streams showing all fancy tools, but anyone that's new to prepping, get food and water. Food and
water, medicine, clothing, skills.
Oh, yeah. I tell you what you should already have is the medical preps.
Yep. We covered that.
We covered that, yep.
That's good. That's good.
Specifically, everything that your family needs. So if someone in your family needs an EpiPen, make sure that's in the first aid kit. If someone has other allergy, an inhaler, make sure you have an extra one in the first aid kit. All right. I can't tell you how much. I hate the term IFAC, individual first aid kit. No. It's a personalized first aid kit.
If you get it from Temu, it's iFucked, not IFAC, because it just won't do anything. Quick, get out that tourniquet. Pip snap. Oh no.
Somebody mentioning cordage. Cordage is definitely good quality cordage at different gauges is something everybody should have in their preps or to transport. And it's a very underrated thing. A lot of people just don't realize how useful cordage is for everything from repairing clothes to holding parts together to carrying things. And I mean, kind of like the knives, we're all now looking around our rooms to see what we can pull out here to sort of demonstrate that
I'm on a sea of envelopes I'm trying to clear.
All right. I was looking for some of my cordage here. As a scoutmaster, we made our scouts do the woggle. Braid a woggle out of the cordage. Yeah. So they would make for the neckerchief slide, the woggle, we teach them how to make that. But then we found out this one company makes it that has the glow in the dark cordage. So like in your tents, you put it up on your tent, the lines on your tent, so you can see it and not trip over it in the middle of the night when you have to go take a leak.
Yep.
So yeah, cordage, just a whole bunch of different types cordage, different grades on it. There is one that actually has a reflective fiber in it, so that when the flashlight hits it, you can see stuff while you're camping there, so you're not tripping over things.
Yeah.
You can actually get I think it's called Survivor Line or something, which is basically 550 paracord, but inside it has a little piece of wire, it has a little piece of fire cord, it has, it's like
I've seen that.
Like a multi-tool of cordage.
Yeah.
I've never tried it.
What's it called?
The only thing I've tried that's similar is fire cord, which has a red piece of cord inside the sleeve of 550 cord that is very easy to strike with a flint and steel, and it will produce a flame. I actually think earlier when I was showing my axe, I always put a little bit of cordage around this part of my axe, which is really just there to protect the shaft when I miss.
Yeah.
That's the same sort of thing. And I'm pretty sure the cord I used there, that is that fire cord. I've never used it. I used it the one time that I bought it to see what it was like, and then I put it on like some tools like this. But I mean, if you're going to have it, you may as well. I've got lots of paracord. A lot of people really love paracord because it's strong and you can separate the inner fibers and use them for different things.
So multi-use when it comes to stuff like you showed the wrapping there. I mean, that now is a handle because you can use this for carving out. So I'll hold it at this point. The only two places I'm going to hold this is here and here. But the other thing for me, Alan, is if you put 2 reels of cord in your bag, that's real estate that's taken up in your bag. If it's already on your tools like that and on the crowbar, then it's not taking up space in a bag.
Yeah,
it makes about paracord makes a lot. Do so much. Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense. Like even here, so this is one of my larger fire steels, and you can see. So
that's a small one, Alan.
So I would consider this to be pretty big, at least above average anyway. But you can see, I mean, in addition to having just the ferrocerium rod, I've also wrapped Gorilla Tape. I've removed this had a plastic handle. I removed that because it's useless, and I've put Gorilla Tape there, which I can use for setting fires and repairs and things like that.
Yeah,
and then I've attached a braided sort of 550 paracord there, and then just on the end.
Did you do that braid yourself?
I did not do that braid myself. I did once learn how to do it, and I'm not very good at it. But you can buy these. You can buy these.
I can do the standard one, not like that. That's a bit fancier than the one I do.
This is a fancy one. I didn't do it myself, but I mean it's quite easy to do. I did the one on my axe, and I did one on my keychain. But to be honest, I moved away from paracord a long time ago. I don't carry a lot of paracord anymore. Now I use bank line. That's more practical. And you get that comes in different gauges as well. Tarred bank line, you get it in number 32 and number 12, and various other sizes, but those are the 2 that I use.
All right.
And Vanessa says carving tools for making spoons and spatulas. Yeah.
Fire safety, that's another thing.
Yeah, that too.
The medical and the fire, I think. There you go. The medical and fire, I think a lot of people overlook. Unless you've already got it in your home, you already overlook it.
Here you go. 200 packs of matches, 32 count each pack, $14. Fire starter tool. The Zippo fire starter kit with the for starting a fire in the wet. Zippo ferro rods, 2 tools, emergency multi-tool. This is the one that fits the size of your credit card. So it has.
I've got a few of them.
Yeah. Okay. Then this one here. This is what I rarely see anybody has this. This is the Fresnel lens credit card size magnifier, which you can use to start a fire with. Oh, your P51 can opener. If you open up your can, if you're out there, out and about, this is the old military. Open up your C ration, thing. Zippo lighters. I mean, your regular disposable lighters and stuff. This one here is I got one years ago and I gave it away in one of my giveaways. This is a Zippo insert. It'll fit in any Zippo metal case, and it's a plasma lighter. So you put it in there.
Right. So yeah, I was going to mention them. I've got an arc lighter like that. I've also got an Element one. They're USB-C chargeable.
Yes,
I recommend them highly because they never run out of fuel, and as long as you've got a power bank, like a little small Anchor power bank, you'll recharge that a million times with a power bank.
Yeah, and the fuel doesn't evaporate either.
Yeah.
And then if you're going to get one of those, you might as well get one of these waterproof ones too for your regular Zippos. Keep it from doing it. Let's see. Here's your portable aqua filter, water purification tablets. And your waterproof matches and stormproof, windproof matches as well.
Yeah.
So
just looking at all of Amazon.
But I can't find. I wonder what happened to it. I thought I had one. I must have gotten rid of it once I got out of the Scouts. I probably just deleted the whole wish list for it for the Boy Scouts. But I had one with all the different types of paracord in it.
I've never tried the lens cards, but I do have lenses that can be used.
Yeah,
excellent. But I've never tried the cards because, I mean, I need to get one and try it, but I just figure it's not the most efficient way of starting a fire. I can start a fire with sticks, right?
Yeah.
I know the techniques for starting a fire, but with a bow saw and stuff like that. But survival is about comfort, right? If you can get something that... This is one of the ones I was on about, not the arc one like you just showed, Gil. It's similar, but it's got the torch on the front. But what it is, do you remember the glow inside your car lighters?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's an element like that. So it heats up with electricity the same, very quick.
Yeah.
But it's USB chargeable and super bright torch on the other side.
Yeah.
So they honestly, I've got lighters everywhere where there's candles, bog standards, Bic lighters. I'm one of those. You're probably the same as me. Every time you go to the store, you see a pack of 4, just stick them in the trolley. So you build up a supply of them.
Yeah.
But I think all of them are a countdown clock. These are the ones that will carry on going when the fuel runs out.
And Mike, Fire Dr. Ninja Turtle says, I have finally emailed you to the correct email address.
Awesome. I'll check it out. Appreciate it. Turtle Ninja at the top of the box. I'll have a look at that afterwards. Cool. Awesome.
Yeah.
See, now we're talking about knives, and I'm starting to get marketing emails through straight away. Next tool EDC sorted. Micro Sailor Scissors from what's it called? Heine Haynes. They're a good company, to be fair. But...
I keep getting adverts for the coin knife for some reason. It's literally a knife the size of a coin. It's like a little razor knife in it. Actually, it looks kind of cool. I don't know why I keep getting bombarded with it.
I feel like I'd do more damage to myself with something like that. Like, it's so small that, oh, shit, I've just cut a finger off.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
These I really like. I'm going to put this on screen. For the UK, anyone in the UK... I want to show this, and I want to be careful how I say these things, but I still want to show it. Share screen, this one. Okay.
Isn't it sad we have to police the way we speak in this country?
It is. This is a spider core. So it's a UK folding knife. Not locking, but it does have a stiff connection, right? So it doesn't close in very easily. It's within the legal limit. Now, the difference between this and another, and for example, my multi-tool knife, which is probably about the same length.
It's probably a
if you look on my little screen at the bottom here, that's probably about the same length. What's the difference between them two knives? If you
one locks.
Locks. Yeah.
No, none of them locks. None of them lock.
Yeah.
The difference is that's intimidating. If that's an EDC and you've got to defend yourself or show that you can defend yourself, that Spider Core one, because of the width of the metal, not the length, it's more of a presence in your hand and it looks more intimidating. And it's a horrible thing to say, and we hope we never have to use it in that kind of way. But if you're going to get an EDC in this country, something like this Spyderco one cost you a lot, but it looks the part, and hopefully that's the look of it is enough for you to never have to use it.
Yeah.
Funny thing about that Spyderco knife, the first time I seen that, I was watching a YouTube channel, the Black Belt Barrister.
I know him. Yeah.
And he whipped that knife out to open his letters. He's like, this is my favourite knife for opening letters. And I quickly looked it up and I was like, 120 quid to open your letters. Well seen, you're a lawyer. You know what I mean?
Got a question for you guys over there in the UK. Straight old-fashioned straight razors, legal.
You can't carry them around the street though.
Okay.
Yeah, you can legally own just about any kind of blade really in the UK in your house. I could own a sword if I owned a sword. I was showing you my parang earlier. You can legally own those, but you can't take it in the street without a very good reason. So the only time I would be able to take my parang somewhere, for example, is if I was literally going to the airport to get on a plane to go to the jungle. If somebody pulled me over and says, "Why have you got that?" I could then say, "This is why." If I was just in a local woodland and I was using something like that to, prepare wood, it would be questionable because that's the wrong tool for the wrong job. But I would maybe get away with it if I was in the woods. If I was walking down the street, there's no reason for having that. Unfortunately, we also live in a country where there's terms used like zombie knives and stuff by the press and MPs. Yeah. So if a knife looks kind of scary, they think it's some sort of special knife and they ban it. They just put blanket bans on things, and they have these ridiculous laws.
That's why we can't get that spear anymore, Shadow, your Talon spear. That's why we can't get that, because that now, with the blood channels in that and the gaps in the blade, it comes under the zombie knife category. Yeah. So I've actually been in touch with Raven Forge and said, this is what we used to be able to get. We can't anymore. But if you can make a tactical spear that falls in the rules, there's a big market for it. So hopefully they're coming up with that.
The sad irony of it is, guess how many gangster kids are running around stabbing each other with these kind of tactical looking tools? None of them. Absolutely none of them. They're using kitchen knives. Kitchen knives.
Yeah, kitchen knives.
It's a zombie. They said the zombie knives were street cred. That's why they had to get rid of them.
Yeah. Ironically, as well, some of the see the old zombie knives that have got fancy colored handles and big weird shaped blades and stuff. They're garbage. They're printed metal. They would actually snap if you were to use them in a practical way, like in the woodland or something.
They were shitty showpieces for people's walls.
They're complete junk. But of course, you can turn anything into a weapon. If I was running around the streets with a hammer, you could kill somebody with that. Probably easier than one of these fake knives.
Screwdriver, anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can use an owl to stab someone with.
You could even use an IKEA lamp if you're skilled.
Yeah.
Give me your wine.
Well, CR mentioned pencil sharpener. I have one.
Yeah.
Metal.
Good
two
for
different
getting
sizes.
Good for getting a little bit of shavings together where you can light a fire. You can use a stick. You don't just need to sharpen pencils with it.
All right. So we were talking about stuff before. So I got this on order. So every 2 months I get a pack of the orange and a pack of the cherry. This is the I'm going into it here. This is the So this is the grape electrolyte drink mix, and I love grape and I love cherry. So, but this I get a pack of this and a pack of the cherry every 2 months. And in the wintertime, I don't use it hardly at all. But come summertime, I go through this like you wouldn't believe out there in the hot sun. So, but there are all sorts of different flavors on it. But so this is one of the good electrolyte ones that don't have a lot of crap in it. Let's see. Things you should have. Something that totally in line with the topic for the the live tonight, but that has not been mentioned. Canning jars and lids. You should have a lot of canning jars and a lot more lids. Because if you grow food, you can can it and keep it longer. You find meat on sale. Ooh, it's all right. Let's can it up so it's good for 5-6 years on the shelf.
Yeah, it's a whole skill in itself.
Yes,
the process of canning and jarring and things like that. I remember it was a chef tech was going on about it one time, and he went into great detail about his process, the way he does it, and it's fascinating stuff. I've never actually tried to do it myself personally. I would like to get into it. The closest I've came to it is I'm making my own wine, my own beer, which is kind of similar, but I stupidly fell for some of the stuff that you hear online where people, you're going to get botulism if you try and can your own food and stuff like that.
Okay.
I now know that this is mostly nonsense.
In the CDC in the U.S. tracks it. Do you know how many cases of botulism from home canning there has been in the last 20 years?
2, maybe.
Maybe. And I bet the ones that were tagged as being those 2 that were tagged.
He's holding that pose very well.
It's dramatic pause.
Yeah.
He was there. There they are.
Here we go.
You froze up there. You froze.
Yeah,
up.
I know. It was my video card froze up on me, and it tried to kick the camera out. So we're actually from commercial canning, store-bought food.
Yeah.
But yeah, when it comes, if you want to look, the easiest thing to learn canning on is canning saline water solution for your medical supplies. That's the easiest to start with, both pressure canning and water bath. The next easiest thing, making jam.
I've got
strawberry
some
jam, blackberry jam. That's very easy to water. And I started growing up when I was less than 8 years old, helping my grandmother do blackberry jam, because we had blackberry vine, rows of it set up there for making jam. The first time I pressure canned, it's on a live stream on Gray Man Prepping, and I did a live stream of it, and I had Tammy there on one of the windows, making sure I did it right. And it just really went perfect. And yes, nice. And now I've done a whole bunch of canning, because once you get over that first hump of, okay, am I doing it right? Am I going to screw it up? Once you do it the first time, next time you do it, it's easier.
That's this year. Alongside the gardening is canning this year. That's what the plan is. Can I mention there's something we mentioned on tools as well? I think we mentioned it the other day, but a shemag is one of the ultimate tools that I think everyone should have. Anyone saw me today at the water park, I would have this around me. I want to play a game. I have
3 or 4 of them.
I want to play a game. Right. I want all the uses for this. All the uses for a shemag. Who wants to start?
I can think of a few. I can also
tourniquet.
After this, I'll also throw in a competitor for a shemag. But you can use it as a stookie. Fantastic for holding up your arm and things like that.
Yep. So medical, we got tourniquet, we got sling,
filtering water.
You can collect food with it, berries and mushrooms and things.
Hobo sack. Yep. What did you say, Alan? Pre-filter for water. Yeah.
Yep. Char cloth. You can make char cloth from it.
Char cloth and a natural tinder as well. It's a good tinder initially for starting a fire as well.
You can use it to heat your body and cool your body.
You can, yes.
Dust rag, keeping sand out of your face and out of your mouth. That's why they use it in the Middle East a lot.
Dust mask, yep. Garment, of course. Cold and wind protection. Heat and sun protection. Drop it in a river, put it over your head. It's amazing. Repairing clothes. Anybody have that one down in their things? So
No, but I got something for invisibility.
Works well with the green screen. So if you get the right side,
Gil is cloaked. He activated his cloaking system.
if you get the right side of a shemag, you could pull one of the threads, and it will pull. The reason it's in this cross stitching kind of pattern is you can pull one out all the way down, and you can have it. There you go. So now this.
Oh no!
It's no brain. So this now, that's come straight from that shemag. It's a solid piece that you can then do clothing repairs with.
Yep.
So there
That's
you go.
awesome.
Shelters, all sorts. Signaling.
The thing is, you have to, if you're buying a good shemag, you have to make sure it's a good one, because there's lots of crappy, cheap material ones out there.
Mr. Wildebeest, how dare you? Toilet paper, he said. I would rather walk around with a shitty ass than stay in my shemag.
You could use that as a nappy as well, one of those sort of, or even a thing to wrap a baby up and carry around your chest, all that kind of stuff. You can, if you fold it in a triangle and know how to do that kind of thing. It's a multitude of uses.
Have it sat in there.
I would say make sure you get one that's genuine 100% cotton and not one of the cheap, crappy ones that you can buy online. But do you know what I would throw in there that I think is a competitor for a shemag?
Go on, I want to hear this.
Because I've got something that does all of those things, but one thing that thing doesn't do.
Okay.
That is a sniper veil.
Okay.
100% cotton sniper veil. Does every single thing a shemag does, but I can veil myself and see through it, which you can't do with a shemag.
I can still see you, ish.
Hardly. So
can you pull a thread from that?
Do you know what? I don't know, but I would imagine so, because it's just all it is cotton. It's just cotton. So if I ripped the corner of it, I'd probably be able to pull a thread from that as well. But I mean, you would think, yeah, but it's got holes in it, so you can't filter water. If you fold it over enough times, a couple of times like this, you can filter water through it as well, and it works the same way. To my mind, and you might disagree with me, this is the same dimensions as a shemag. I think this does
Alan, I've found a video we can do together, Alan. We can have a versus. We'll have a versus.
Don't get me wrong. I've got shemags as well. I used them for years, and I carried one for years as well. Then I discovered the sniper veil, and I thought, you know what? That's kind of better.
But I mean, does it look as cool? That's the question. Does it look as cool?
Well, it's got a cooler name. But
a cooler name.
The thing is, right, when somebody sees me, they think that guy must be a sniper. When they see you, they think that's a Palestinian activist with blue hair.
That's the vibe I generally give off.
That's the vibe.
Oh, he's Antifa. No, that's the wrong. Yeah. It's green. It's not white.
Get a white one. It means something completely different.
Yeah.
Anything Greta Thunberg wears, I refuse to wear.
Clothes. Oh. What's that? What was that one? Sorry, I missed that. It came up on screen. One looks like a sniper, one looks like a terrorist. Excellent. Yeah. Out of the two of us, guess who's going to get a seat on the train? There we go. That's the carriage empties.
The interesting thing about a sniper veil, actually, as well, see, from a camouflage and concealment point of view, a lot of people in the military, the British military, they use these like scarves. So they actually just wrap it up and they use it like a scarf. But see if you're in the woods and you put it over yourself, it's unbelievable how well the camouflage is. You wouldn't believe it. But see, just doing this in the woods.
Hey, where'd he go? Where'd he go? I don't see him anymore.
Exactly. Can't see me. You know what I mean? I blend right into this spare room. But
I think I need to buy one myself.
No, don't get taken in by it, Shadow. It's
make sure you
get a gimmick. You'll filter your water and you'll have dead flies floating in it because it'll have worked its way through all them massive holes. It's not worth it. It's
even a fishing net. You could use it like a
I was thinking of the camouflage purpose.
The camouflage,
Oh.
the camouflage purpose, to my mind, is genuinely the only thing that this does that a shemag doesn't do very well. That's the only thing I can actually think of in reality. But for that one reason is why I now carry this and not a shemag.
Yeah, but in a group of Palestinian protesters, I'm more camouflage than you.
That's true. That's true.
Okay. So I mean, is it just the scrim scarf, or is it sniper veil different from a scrim scarf? Oh, a sniper veil's different because it's got the edging on, I assume.
Yeah. And also, like I say, just like the shemags, there are a lot of crap out there. Make sure it's 100% cotton. They're actually a little bit harder to find than you think. 100% sniper veil, and it's the same.
Like this one, made of 65% polyester.
Junk.
This one.
Yeah.
You know what? That's 15 quid for a 65% polyester one. You may as well just get a shemag. You know what you're getting.
There's a lot of crappy shemags out there as well, made of polyester and materials like that as well. So make sure you get a good one of them too.
Yeah. I mean, Amazon's probably not the best source for these kind of things.
Probably. I do remember having to search around. I think I got this one from a company called military.eu. I believe that's the company I got it from. They sell some
I've seen them. They do like surplus on their site and stuff, don't they?
Yeah, it's a very good European military supplier. I'm sure that's where I got that from. But it was quite a few years ago now. So I think the shemag I've got is the green one, actually. I've got the green one. I had the red one for a while because the red one also is a good blazer. It's good for survival situations. It's, you can use it as a signal identifier, but also you can sort of hang it in the tree at your campsite and then walk in the direction. And as long as you can see that, you know where you're sort of going to if you're in particularly dense woodland. So you can also get some that have got survival information printed on them, which is quite a good thing as well. For a long time, people used to use bandanas. They used to advocate carrying bandanas, 100% cotton bandanas. Yeah. I don't do that because they have very limited uses. Carry a shemag, or if you're more high tech and a sniper veil.
I just want to share this just because it proves Alan's point a little bit. So here's the shemags, lovely. You can get a set of 3, including the white one.
That is the color I have.
And when you advertise it, what do you advertise? Do you advertise guys in the woods? Do you advertise preppers? Do you advertise snipers? No.
There you go.
Someone Greta's age wearing it like an absolute. I suppose if you get a one with grenades on, though, you can't be classed as an activist. I mean, yeah.
So question on those: how well do they stop sand in a sandstorm?
These ones.
Well, that's why SAS use them.
They are very good. You have to double them up, though. I mean, that's the thing. It's used in a very particular way, but I mean, it's effectively just pure cotton. So you're just breathing through layers of cotton.
I question what page 4 is for, because page 4 is all the questionable ones. Don't get questionable ones that could land you in hot water. That's what I would say.
With snow blindness, I would say probably not. I would recommend using the decent snow glasses or the eyelet slits or the charcoal under the eyes to prevent snow blindness. I wouldn't go around having this around my head, hoping that was going to prevent snow blindness. I do actually have a white one of these, which I did once show on this podcast before, which a much larger white one, which is used for camouflage by the Norwegian.
Oh yeah, military. I remember that one.
Yeah, because I had the face mask as well, and it kind of made me look like a weird white crow.
Yeah, look like a stormtrooper.
Yeah,
in Star Wars.
Well, some people were saying that. Some people were also saying I looked like a Ku Klux Klan member, so it was a little bit sketchy.
Well,
it's just Alan on a Saturday night with his hood on, slagging off the French. It's just standard.
But the thing is, to look like the member, it's got to come to a point.
Exactly, and mine did not. That was my defense. It had a nose point, but not a top point. Therefore, perfectly fine. One, you're just a very good Norwegian soldier who can hide in the snow. Another, you're a raging bigot. It's very. You have to be very careful. It's a fine line.
Now, here's a prep that was mentioned. It's mentioned in there by Vanessa Kitty. Sunglasses
Yeah.
There are times you're going to need sunglasses.
Yeah, sunglasses I have.
I got about 3 or 4 pairs, depending on the outfit.
These sunglasses are progressive.
Yeah.
Progressive. So they identify as something else. Is that what?
No, it's the same thing I have on my
I thought
my
when
regular
you said
glasses.
progressive, I thought like they had pronouns and stuff like that. That's like progressive now, isn't it?
No, progressive glasses. That means you can see on long distances, and you can have a area you can read.
Oh, you got the little square like segment in there for close
Bifocals.
Yeah.
We call them bifocals.
I like progressive.
Interesting thing about glasses actually is if you are somebody who relies on glasses, you should have a good few pairs of them and a couple of really robust pairs, because you're not going to be getting a prescription for a pair of glasses in an SHTF situation. So yeah, you make sure you stock up on glasses and get some that are robust.
Yeah, it's like my glasses here we call them cheaters. They're not prescription; they're just magnifiers. So this set here is a 2X. I have some less magnifier ones. I got the half moon ones, which I love working when I'm if I'm reading books out there with the grandkids, because basically I read through the lower half and the top I can see right over, so I can look around and see everything really clear without having to take the glasses off to see what's going on over there. But I love the half moon ones. I have these, but in our first aid kits, we have 4X ones. Specifically, you got a thorn in the finger. All right, let's put this on so I can see what it is, and let me get in here and let's see if I can get that out of there.
Yeah,
I've mentioned that before in medical preps in the like Dollar Tree, dollar stores, the pound stores over here. You'll often get the glasses that are not the cheaters like you, where it's like plus 0.5, plus 1.5, and so on and so forth. It's an investment into a future where your eyes might not always be 20/20 vision, and there's not going to be an optician there to test them. So having 6 pairs of glasses that go up progressively in a medical kit in a box somewhere, worth getting when it's only a couple of quid.
And with some of these, you can take and you can put one pair in front of another, and offset like a 1/2 inch or 3/4 of an inch out, and you can wiggle them, and you can really get also. Whoa! I can get in there and see that really close. It's instantly like binoculars, close up.
Yeah.
I mean, the tactical use for sunglasses as well is if you're in a place where you want to avoid eye contact, but you want to be able to look around a little bit more, having some dark shades. So
I know what you mean. Yeah, like walking down a Spanish beach with the missus. I happen to wear these all the time for no reason, just so you can't see which way my eyes are going.
I mean, but they offer. I mean, you can get sunglasses that offer full eye protection. They're rated so that they can take an impact as well.
So these aren't anything amazing. These are rock riders. Now, even if you don't cycle, they're designed for that kind of stopping the wind at the side. A stone coming up and hitting it and stuff like that. So this is without spending a fortune on ballistic glasses, these are probably the next best thing. I picked these up at Go Outdoors for like 20 quid at the most, something like that. I used them on my cycle to Scotland. Absolutely superb. The kids have had hold of them, dropped them, thrown them all over the place. The lenses are really well protected. So these are obviously my other glasses before my highway glasses kind of thing is more of a summer fashion thing, but literally practicality wise, I will never not have some of these. And I've got a clear set of these as well. So even if it's just for eye protection instead of shade, I've got a clear set of the same ones.
If you've got a pair of polarized sunglasses, polarized glasses, I think it's blue light it removes something. basically it allows you to be able to see through reflections quite well. So it's particularly good for fishermen because you can actually see the glare, the reflection you get off water. It removes that, and you can actually see through the water easier, so you can see fish better. So polarized glasses are actually quite useful to have in some survival type situations as well. Although something I did learn when I was looking into buying a pair of sunglasses for being in the mountains and the snow, you don't want polarized glasses or visors if you're in the snow, because apparently it's more difficult to see crevices and things. So it's a different kind of protection you need for that. I spent a long time looking for ski goggles that were polarized, only to realize the reason I wasn't finding any is for that very reason.
Yeah, I've had some ski ones before. They're never comfortable. That's the problem with ski glasses, I find.
I found a website. It wasn't ski glasses, but you ever see the round sunglasses that mountaineers wear, and they've got like the leather around the sides?
Yeah.
I forget what they're called, but they're incredibly expensive because they're very, very dark. If you look through them, they're very dark. There is actually a company which I can I can find it somewhere, but there is a company that does them much cheaper, and they're very good quality. You'll be able to find them. It's a European company. I think they make them in Switzerland. But they're optimum for things like snow blindness in the mountains, or if you're in a snowy type environment.
That is an awesome name. Sorry, in the chat, the guy is called Tactical Tarzan. I mean, you must have a YouTube channel. Tactical Tarzan. That is an awesome name. Sorry.
About 45 years ago, when I went through the police academy, I got a pair of Ray-Ban aviators because they were the only sunglasses they would allow on the shooting range. And so I still have them, but they're out in my truck, up in the little cubby hole there, up on top where I store sunglasses at. So I use those when I'm driving from here to California back again in the morning when the sun's coming up and it's like, oh, I can't see. Put those on, I can see just fine. But I got some other glasses here to show you. These are the half moon glasses. These are also these are the ones out of my the first aid kit here that are the 4X. But I can put these on. I can see right over the top of them, just nice and clear. Or I can, whoa! And if I need to, I'll put these on in front of it. Oh man, I can see every little ridge and whirl of my fingerprints.
I feel like it's the cartoon, and then he's going to put another layer on, and now he can see the
zooming in every time.
Suddenly, he's in the upside down.
But seriously, when I put two of these on, I can count the ridge and whirls and everything on my fingerprints from this far out. And if I bring it in closer, I can go in there. I can find any little thorn or anything else I want. And but yeah, these are off of Amazon where I get the half moon glasses, and yeah, they're great for that.
I would put glasses into the medical sort of category because I mean it's kind of Lord of the Flies style. I mean anybody that's familiar with that book or the old film,
the new series that they're just released.
I'm scared to watch it because I think they're going to make it all woke.
I've not watched it yet. I just saw it.
But I remember the little fat kid in the original movie. He had a pair of glasses which he couldn't see with, and everybody was relying on them to set the fire, the lens. But eventually, when he broke those glasses, you couldn't see a bloody thing, and it was a real issue. But that is the real case. If you really rely on prescription glasses,
even if you don't, your eyes can deteriorate, right?
Yeah, I mean, my eyes are one of my eyes are it's a little bit blurry. I'm borderline prescription, and I probably should eventually start wearing glasses as well. I'm holding off as much as possible because I hate things on my face. But if I do get to a point where I need a pair of glasses, I will buy several pairs of cheap ones because I know
that's super steampunk. That's steampunk all over.
That's the ones. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah. You talked about those these are mountain sunglasses. Mm-hmm. They are called mountain glasses. Some mountain sunglasses.
Nice. Shatterproof protection. That's cool.
They have they're like, you wouldn't want to walk around the normal street with them because they're very dark. They're very dark. You only wear those kind of glasses when you're in the peaks or you're in places where snow blindness becomes an issue. But they're fantastic. There are a couple of companies sell them. I think that company that you just pulled up there was the one I was looking at. There is a much more expensive company, but they're basically the same quality. If you're interested in snow blindness, that's the ones to go for. Yeah, glacier glasses. Yeah.
There was a question for me back up there that was from Gallo Raider. He goes, "Why would I go to California?" Well, let's see. That's where the staff sergeant lives still. She's still working there, pulling down over 6 figures. And so, yeah, I go during the summer and stuff. I go there and go there for a week, come back over here, go there, back and forth. We're moving stuff from there to up here. And I would never go to Texas because Texas has a whole assortment of nasty insects, fire ants, the killer bees and stuff down there. My sister's down there, and she'd love to get out of Texas.
I thought you were about to add your sister to the list of nasties.
Yeah, fire ants, nasty things. My sister, nobody wants to go there.
My wife did. The staff sergeant did add her to the list of nasties. But that's another story that we'll talk about later.
California's also got fantastic weather. I did Route 66 on a motorcycle a couple of years ago.
That is the only thing I miss from California is the weather. The only thing I miss, besides my wife, is the weather.
Yeah.
And of course, California actually no longer exists. It stopped existing about 35 years ago. Then when it became the Socialist Republic of California.
Yeah, how's that working out for them with their crazy taxis, fire hoses with no water, and
And they're about ready to go broke.
It's a great shame because California was the state that I always thought about moving to the US, and California was where I was planning on going purely because
only for Arnold's story and stuff. Yeah,
it was not just that. California's got some. You see the redwood forests of California and the coastline. It's stunning. It's
Yosemite. Is the national park there, isn't it? Yeah. Yosemite.
So that's why I wanted to move there, but obviously politically now I would, basically Britain's California without the good weather. So, I'll give that a miss.
Yeah, it's just improving the weather a bit. I'd rather just be in the middle of, I don't know. I like Texas. I've been to Texas. I really enjoyed it, so I would go there.
I spent a day in Texas when I was on a motorcycle journey.
Vanessa's Kitty added another one for Texas. Brown recluse in Texas. Be careful where you sit.
Okay. Come over to Connecticut. I am right gear in the main international airport. Okay.
see we were talking earlier about materials for using for repairing things and stuff like that as well. It's good to have cotton bandanas and cotton material and stuff like that. Something a lot of people fail to remember is you need a good needle to be able to do a lot of repairs. Okay, you can use glues and stuff like that as well, and normal needles. We'll see what Mike's pulling out first, and I'll try and best him on that as well.
They're just standard sewing needles, nothing major. But it was just a set that came where the needles are sat in the middle, and then it's got the cotton around the outside. So
yeah,
I'll try and best him on that. Listen to him. And let's see what shit Mike pulls out.
Lots of people just fail to realize just how useful something like what you've got there is, needles and some thread. It used to be called a housewife. Sort of the military used to carry them around. I stopped carrying them in a survival kit a long time ago because
it's a housewife helper or something.
Something like that.
Yeah.
But there is an alternative that you can use, which has got a multitude of uses, which I'll show you in a minute.
Okay. There are some great sewing. One of the things I have is the sewing awl here. And if you get with these different, come on, let's get up. Okay, I'm going to have to bounce it around here to get these are all the different threads, needles you can use on it. But
Those hooked needles are the ones that you want if you're using it as a medical tool, like sewing up wounds and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Those are like see a lot of people that say you can use like sewing needles to stitch up wounds. They've obviously never tried to sew up a wound before because that would be excruciating.
Yeah.
You know.
But there are some of them that go in here that are great for working with leather and heavy duty canvas.
Yep.
And so I've actually repaired a one of my Western quick draw holsters and gun belts with one of these. So yeah, it's these are great little setups and stuff for repairing clothing and everything else on it.
Having that little punch there, that the leather punch, that's a very useful tool as well for making pre-holes. So on heavier garments like animal hides and leather and stuff, you make a pre-hole first, and then it's easier to sew. What I always carry, because I always carry a needle with me to repair kit and to stuff like that. Like I say, I used to carry a small sewing kit as well, but now there's something else you can get called a sail needle, and you get them in different sizes as well. A sail needle is a slightly more heavier gauge needle, but rather than a single point at the top, it's kind of like a triangle. And the way where I keep mine, I'll show you. Like, see, just on the back of all my knives, I've got a little piece of duct tape here, a little bit of Gorilla Tape, and I'll show you. Peel it off. There's my sail needle. You get them in different sizes, of course. This is the sort of medium size, larger one, but I can use that to. It's strong enough that you can use it to stitch up things like canvas, so backpacks, rucksacks, heavy canvas tents, all that kind of stuff. I mean, there are people online that say, "Oh, you can sew up your wound with this." I tell you, if you try and stick that through your skin, you'd probably cause more of a wound than the wound you're trying to fix.
Best hope the patient is already passed out.
Yeah, but like I say, a good way of transporting this, because I can then tear apart my material and get thread, but just put it on a little piece of Gorilla Tape like this, and then put that on the back of your sheath of your knife, and then it's always there.
Yep.
You don't sew them up anyway. You staple them up.
Yeah, even better. Even better.
Even better.
Skin stapler. There you go.
Yeah.
What I like about the one sewing all I got from years and years ago, I still have it from Harbor Freight. On the needle, it's not totally round. There's like a groove on the one side going down in. So when you push it through, it's not going to try to catch and tear the thread. So you put it through, and then you just go, and it just works. And you just do your double slip stitch on the other side.
That little housewife kits.
That's the little kit I had. I carried the kit around like that for years, and then
have you ever tried using the scissors in them?
No.
Usually you cut two threads and they'll fall apart.
Yeah. I mean, another thing, I advocate also building a survival kit. So, I mean, I've got a survival kit in this tin, but inside there, I've got other gauges of those needles.
I need to do that.
I can use for other things. I'm not going to go through what's in here.
No, go through that. Go through it briefly. You need to see this because Alan showed us this on a fireside, and it converted me into doing something like this. You need to show people the basics.
I would say, I mean, there's a lot of people when it comes to survival kits, a lot of people use the small Altoids tins, and they'll put a little piece of everything in there, and they'll kind of go with it. Yeah, and you can buy them in survival stores and things like that. The problem with those kits is, to my mind, is if you actually try to use those items, they're usually kind of cheap and nasty and small, and they don't work that well. You're much better off putting together your own tin. A lot of people see this immediately and say, but that looks gigantic. The thing is, this is actually just my drinking cup. So every time I go out, this is just a cup. This is the only cooking pot I take with me. So I use this as my drinking cup, my cooking pot, and all that kind of stuff as well. So on top, it's just a case of, it's just held together with a piece of band, which I took from an inner tube.
Like a Ranger band, yeah.
It's like a Ranger band. I've got a full-size roll of Gorilla Tape that comes in that size. Cargo tape is incredibly useful. Everybody should have that. You should have a pot with a lid anyway, or a cup. Something about this size. This is 750 ml pot with a lid with baling grooves and things like that. Inside here, you can see I've just got it's like a rubber band, and it pulls out. That's now just my pot, my cup that I use every time I go camping anyway, so it's not an inconvenience for me to carry this container. Container being one of the most important things to carry with you. And then inside here is a personalized survival kit. I won't go through every item. I did a video about this if anybody's interested. I did it years ago. It's like 6, 7, maybe even 10 years old or something. I maybe do an update. I created this container out of duct tape and a plastic bag to fit the dimensions of this cup so it would fit in there snugly. But inside there is items which are not just survival items that are, you know, a gimmick that you never use. It's actual things that I use all of the time when I'm out. I can build a shelter, start a fire, purify water, filter water. There's light sources in there. There's basically almost all of the 10 C's of survivability for anybody who follows that. There's a knife in there. There's all sorts of tools in there. There's trapping material. There's a bunch of stuff. But I would advocate everybody take a look into learning how to put together a good survival kit and add that to your bug out bag, or even just keep it in your car. But learn how to use all the things in it. Don't just put crap together. Don't just buy a survival kit and say that'll do. You have to put it together yourself and learn how to use it and make it practical. I use all of the stuff in this and I replenish it every year. That way I know it's worthwhile stuff. It's not just junk, you know.
Yeah,
good stuff.
Yeah, it's a nice little kit.
What Tammy Harder put in there about the shortbread cookie tins, they're great for sewing tins. My wife has a couple of those ones about this big around and about that tall, that she has all sorts of buttons and everything else in there. But they're also great for using something like that, because that gives you a little bit bigger pot type thing. If you take your kit out of it, now you got this little bit bigger pot to put over by the fire, so you can boil bigger water too. But yeah, there's a lot of things you think outside the box, folks. You'll come up with something that you'll see that none of us have seen and get the idea. Oh, this is going to work, and then share it with people. Let us know what stuff that works.
I've linked the video in the chats for Alan's survival kit.
There's so many. I mean, me and Shadow, before we came online early, we briefly said that there's no absolute way of doing anything. Okay, I'm not an expert, by the way, so everything I talk about is just my way of doing it. But there's no, this is the only way you can do this. There's lots of wrong ways of doing things, especially in survival. But when it comes to the right way of doing things, it's usually personalized. It's usually, is it right for you? Is it right for your environment? Is it right for your circumstances? And there's a million people probably who could make better survival kits than me. But this one works perfectly fine for me. And then every year when I replenish it, I think about how can I tweak this a little bit and change it so it changes.
And there's a million people that could easily copy your kit and it'd be completely useless to them because they're in an urban environment.
Exactly.
They're never going to be in the forest.
I take this kit with me on almost every trip I go on. I would not take this to the jungle. I would not take this to the mountains.
The Arctic.
I would not take it to the Arctic. I wouldn't take it to sea. I would have different survival kits specific for those environments. If you're in the Scottish woodlands or the East Coast United States or a lot of places in Europe, this is the kit I would take. So it's very specific. There are some generic things in there that you can take everywhere, but you do have to sort of vary things. It's just like the knives we were talking about earlier. There's no such thing as I buy this and this will do me everything, because those things don't exist.
Yeah.
Well, it depends. If it's a sponsored link, then it does exist.
Well, I'm sponsored by nobody, so
Yeah, and Vanessa says I have a spool of Kevlar thread that will outlive me. Yeah.
There you go.
I've got some of that, right? I've actually just got everything in this room,
What happens, right? So if I do a fireside, this is no critique on you, Shadow, but if I do a fireside, I sit here, I talk, it ends, I leave. When I do one of your streams, when I finish the stream, I've then got to repack half of my room because I've got it all out going, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this.
I do the same thing. I mean, like if I could turn my camera and I've got stuff all over the place just because I'm pulling stuff out. Thinking,
literally like that. I've even got like the energy drink thing that like Gil was holding up. I got a sample of that there. It's just madness. And my new mesh toddy just fell down as well.
The one thing you will notice though about us when we do these streams and we start pulling things out, doing a bit of show and tell, we know where everything is. We have it to hand.
I mean, at the end of the stream.
I mean, a lot of my stuff is pre-packed. I've got a lot of pre-packed stuff, and a lot of my stuff is downstairs. This room is kind of where I keep a lot of my junk and my stuff that I have. So a lot of stuff is to hand. But for the most part, we know where everything is, and that's important. Because if you have to get out of the house very quickly, or you need to put stuff together really quickly, you can't be searching around looking for crap. You know, you have to have it right there and then.
My good knives, my fire starters, everything like that is, and my, I think my grill is not, because we were talking about water the other day on the fireside, but everything else is in my bug out bag that lives near the front door. That's all in there. So I don't usually unpack that. So when I'm showing knives, they're usually like the overages, because the stuff in the top flap of that bag is what I use all the time.
One of the things I just want to share here is this little thing here.
Is this your gallstone that was removed?
No.
Oh.
This, open it up here.
Look like one of those test tubes where they say, look at this, I nearly pissed this out of my kidney.
Tweezer.
Jesus.
This is get the name on here. This is Uncle Bill's Sliver Gripper. And this is very, very, very sharp, and it'll remove the smallest little thorn out. And when I got this off of Amazon, and it was cheaper to get the 6-pack than it was to get a 2 or a 3-pack. So I got the 6-pack of these. I got one here on my desk. I got one in the medicine cabinet in this bathroom, one in the medicine cabinet in the master bathroom, and the other 3 went with the staff sergeant to California. So I mean, it's Uncle Bill's Sliver Gripper on Amazon.
Sliver Gripper.
Yeah.
Nice.
I actually have one of those as well somewhere. I was just looking for it, but as I was just saying, I know where everything is. I don't know where that is. But I have something similar to it somewhere.
Yeah.
Tweezers as well, or even, I mean, you can use a needle to get scalps out and things like that. But that's another thing people don't realize, that if you're out in the wilderness, for example, and you get a scalp, it's very difficult to get a scalp out if you haven't got a pair of tweezers like that or a needle. Yeah. And that scalp will very, very quickly become infected.
Yeah.
You know, you have to treat it straight away because it's probably dirty. It's probably not a clean piece of wood that's went into your finger. And it's very painful, very, very quick.
Yeah. That's why was it Uncle Al, or was it? Oh, CR might remember it was, because I think CR may have been in the chat when someone told me about it. And I immediately went and ordered it online, and it this is just because it's like I said, it goes to the point on it goes down to a point, very sharp, and you can get in there and get the littlest little sliver thorn off of like a thistle or whatever, and get it out. Whereas, sometimes with a needle, you're trying to dig around to get it to pull it out. With this, you just go in and just grab it and pull it right out. So a real sharp one works great for that.
It's also good for parasites. We have ticks. Ticks are a big problem in the UK. They're also a big problem in the United States.
Yeah, we have problem with ticks here as well. So
touch wood, I've never had a tick.
I had one. And that gave me the Lyme disease.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I was really pissed on that tick.
I'm actually amazed I don't as far as I know, have Lyme's disease, because without a word of I do a lot of deer stalking. Scotland has got a lot of deer and a lot of ticks. I get a tick on me 5-6 times a year, easy. And I use a lot of tick perfect. I've got chemicals above my head right now that I spray all my clothes with and things like that. And I pay a lot of attention to not getting ticks on me. Yet I still get 4
here
or 5
come the
ticks
jokes.
You know, it happens. I tell you what, there's actually a worse disease that you can get from ticks than Lyme's disease, which we don't have in the UK yet. But actually, this is a disease that really exists. I can't remember the name of it. You get it in the United States, and it makes you allergic to meat. A tick that turns you into a vegetarian. I can think of nothing worse.
Oh God.
Yeah.
What kind of tick is? What kind of manufactured disease is this?
Yeah. Can you imagine that? A tick that turns you into a vegetarian.
I think it was engineered over here by Monsanto, so you'd have to eat their engineered corn for the rest of your life.
It might actually be. Is it the Lone Star tick that spreads that disease? It's a genuine disease that causes you to be allergic to the protein in meat, and I think it might be the Lone Star tick. I could be wrong with the species, but you know, it does exist in the US.
And
I think it exists in some places.
I think it's just beef. It doesn't make you allergic to chicken, and I don't think it makes you allergic to pork.
Somebody's saying there, yeah, it's the proteins in red meat, I believe. But I mean,
yeah,
which means take away red meat from me, I'd rather just be dead.
Which means it will not make you allergic to bacon. So.
Well, that's a benefit at least.
Bacon's a saving grace.
Yeah. I tell you what, though, joking aside, ticks are one of the most dangerous animals you can come across in a wilderness environment, apart from mosquitoes in countries where mosquito-borne diseases are a threat, because ticks are very common. They're getting much more common in the world nowadays for whatever reason, and they spread lots of diseases, and some of them are lifelong debilitating diseases. Lyme's disease is a debilitating disease which is treatable with various medications, but without that it can cause you some you need that straight away. And a lot of the diseases you get from ticks are incurable.
What's this? Did you see that what Liberty Garden put on there? Soak your clothes in a bucket of water with 5 ml of permethrin.
Yeah, permethrin.
10%.
I've showed this before. So this is permethrin. There's this kind, okay, which is what you treat clothing with. So you spray this all over clothing, and permethrin is the main ingredient for actually killing. It doesn't just deter ticks, which is what a lot of these sprays do. This will actually kill them. It will kill them on contact. It also works on mosquitoes and stuff as well. Permethrin was a chemical developed by the United States Army, and they include it in a lot of their creams and things like that in order to prevent tick bites and mosquito bites and stuff like that. So that's the chemical you want to be looking for. Be advised, though, if you're putting this on your clothing, it's not good for you. It's like DEET. It is a chemical, and it's a biological chemical that kills biological things. So if you're putting this near your skin, which you are, bear that in mind. It's actually quite difficult to find permethrin products in the UK. This is one from Life Systems that I've found that you can get for treating clothing. If you want to treat your skin, which you might have to do, 2 seconds, and I will reach over here. Here it is here. This cream was developed by the British Army, which also contains the active ingredient of DEET, which is the main ingredient for removing, for deterring mosquitoes and midges and all that kind of stuff. But it also contains 0.01% permethrin. Right there. Now, it might not seem it, but that's actually incredibly difficult to find in the UK and I believe in Europe. And I think that's because the chemical permethrin is a controlled substance. It's a controlled chemical. So it's not readily available in a lot of our places. But these are the 2 products that I found that you can get it. This you can get online on Amazon from Life Systems. This military cream you can get from Woodlure, which is Ray Mears's website. It costs about £5. This costs about £10.
So will DEET work on the midges? That's the question, Alan.
DEET
the Scottish
does work on
peppermint.
midges. DEET does work on midges, but bear in mind that DEET is just a minor deterrent. It doesn't kill anything, whereas permethrin will actually kill midges. You know, so I won't just deter them; it'll actually kill them. And I also want to make the point, just because we're talking about the Scottish midges, and I'll always get people who inundate me saying, "Oh, what you really need is a product called Skin So Soft." Is it Avon that make that stuff? Skin So Soft or something like that? It's crap. It does not work. Do not use it. All it is a grease that goes over your skin, which makes it kind of hard for the midges to land on. But I've seen midges drink that stuff. It's useless. DEET is the only stuff that works, but DEET, just like permethrin, is very bad for your skin. Don't inhale it. Don't ingest it. Don't put it near anything plastic because it will melt it. It's a horrible, nasty chemical. But if you want to,
are you ready? Here you go. Here's your 10% permethrin, 13%, 10%, and it's this is like this. You mix it up and just spray it on horses and stuff to keep the flies off of them. But yeah, you're looking at $20, and this, I think this is a quart size on it.
Oh, nice.
I like how on the US Amazon you can just buy like 10% stuff. In this country, it's a 0.10 point something.
The spray you held up, Alan, is on Amazon at £10.
Yeah, it's worth it because you use that to treat clothing, and it will last about 3 months.
All right, so this is 16 ounces for $20 of it, and of course you dilute it when you put it on as a spray or whatever, or like a Liberty Garden says you get your water, you put 5 milliliters into the water, into the bucket of water to do it. But yeah,
I don't think we can get it on that scale in this country.
I couldn't find it. I tried to find it. I believe it's a controlled substance. That's why it's not. You can't get it. I mean, America's different. You guys, probably have that in your Fruit Loops. You know what I mean? It's like you just don't care about chemicals.
That's it. It's just another E number. Throw it in there.
No, so we care about the chemicals. Unfortunately, the corporations don't.
I'm loving Amazon for this, by the way. You find flea and repellents and mosquito repellents, and you go into it, and the first thing you see in reviews is 1 star and a picture of somebody's arm full of bites or something like that. Did not work.
Yeah.
Well, I can't find that Life Systems permethrin spray here. I can find the regular liquid stuff. But I noticed what Liberty Garden put down his last comment down there. Oh, it's up a little bit. It says it's only dangerous if your skin absorbs it. Once it dries on your clothes, it poses no risk.
Yeah,
that's your clothes.
The interesting thing as well is when you spray it on your clothes. See the way that the directions tell you to use it. It says have slightly damp clothes, spray it all over the clothes, and then allow it to air dry. And it will apparently stay on your clothing for about 3 months, and it can even tolerate a few washes. So it's that potent. Would you believe the chemical companies that having something that literally kills animals on contact is okay to have against your skin? That's for you to decide.
Yeah.
Or same with DEET. The companies that sell DEET say it's perfectly safe. This stuff will melt stuff. If I squeeze some of this on my laptop right now, it would melt a hole right through it.
Not only that, the stuff with the DEET, if you get the spray, you spray it over grass where it lands on the grass. The next morning, that grass will be dead.
Yeah. I try to avoid chemicals as much as possible, but I do live in a country where ticks are a major problem. Midges are a major problem. Ticks more so because they have real diseases. Midges are just irritating. So I do use these chemicals on myself.
Very irritating. Very irritating.
Only now and again.
So I've been in Dumfries and Galloway in July at a campsite where I would have rather had a tick in my gooch than the amount of midges I was having to deal with.
Yeah.
I could do this.
Scottish midges are unbearable. A lot of people probably won't know what they are, but it's a tiny little fly, a little gnat fly which doesn't actually carry any diseases or do anything, but they're irritating and they make you itch. And there are, I'm not exaggerating when I say billions of them, like black clouds worth of them. If you put your bare arm out like this, your whole arm will go black, and billions of little midgy flies will be biting at you, and you know, it's unbearable. That happens a good 3-4 months of the year in Scotland, unfortunately. If it wasn't for midges, Scotland would be the tourist destination of the world. I believe that. You know, can you imagine how popular Loch Lomond would be in summer if there was no midges?
Maggie Holt says permethrin was developed at Rothamsted Station in the UK in the 1970s.
Oh, well, there you go. I thought it was the American military
All
that
right.
did it.
Alan, here's one for you. Okay, I looked it up. Oil of lemon eucalyptus is the most effective scientifically backed natural tick repellent approved by the EPA, offers protection comparable to low concentration of DEET. So oil of lemon eucalyptus.
The thing about repellents for mosquitoes and midges and ticks, which are the primary things that people try to repel, is there are lots of alternatives to DEET, because DEET is universally considered to be quite a toxic chemical. Tobacco, oddly enough, is actually a very highly rated as a good deterrent. You know, literally tobacco leaves or tobacco on your skin, it won't do you any great harm, but and it will repel mosquitoes to some extent. To my mind and my experience, which is limited, to be fair, and also my knowledge on it is limited. I'm not a whatever the profession is that deals with this kind of stuff. DEET is really the only genuinely proven substance that can deter midges to a great extent. There are lots of things you can put on your skin that makes it difficult for the midges or the mosquitoes to bite you, oils and things, but they're not repelling anything. You know, they're just making it harder. You know.
Yeah, net round the face is a good one. Sorry, Mick, was it?
Another good reason to have a sniper veil. Wrap that around your face.
Mick Hannah just asked me about that. This is the LilyGo T-Deck on mesh node. Took it out with us today just to try it on the go, and it really does work really well. The reason I've gone for this instead of just using a normal mesh node and using your phone is this now it's all set up and it's working and everything. I can now stick this into a Faraday box, and it's a off-grid comms system that will work no matter what. So it's turned out to be a lot better than I even thought. I've just put the link in the chat for anybody that's interested. So yeah, it was a test today, but yeah, it was really good.
How much does that cost, Mike?
78 quid. So it might seem like a lot, but it is.
Yeah,
it's everything all in one. It negates the need to have an app on your phone.
Yeah, I think that's probably what I'm going to go for this year. I think as well, because I'm going to get into it, and that's what I think I prefer the look of. It looks like a BlackBerry.
Yeah, pretty much, and that's how it works. It comes with some weird software on, but I literally plugged it into the flasher site and clicked T-Deck. It detected it through my USB, pressed go, it wiped it, it set it up, it was ready to go. I was contacting people via the park today while we were out and about. So it worked straight away. So,
hey, Alan.
The notification, we didn't realize the notification was loud and it had a whistle. So we're driving along, all of a sudden it went, and the missus was like, what the hell was that?
Yeah. Hey, Alan, Lady J says midges don't like lemongrass essential oil either.
Do you know what? People say citronella candles. I kid you not. When I was in Dumfries and Galloway, we had the big, long stake citronella candles. I had 4 of them around my cooking station outside the tent, burning away. Like the other stuff Alan said, they were just partying in it. It was like,
I tell you, honestly, I spend lots of time in places where midges are incredibly common. I've tried every single product known to man. And trust me, this Scotsman knows what he's talking about when he says nothing works apart from being doused in smoke from a campfire or covering yourself in DEET. It's the only two things I've ever. And you having a net, not a mosquito net, a midgie net, which is a very, very fine net. Some people in the US it's called a no-serum net. It's a very fine net. That's the only thing that can deter it. Lots of things, like I say, you can put on your skin that are natural products. Smidge is one. Various oils, baby lotions, this kind of stuff. All you're doing is putting an oil, a barrier on your skin. You're not actually deterring anything.
You're not find you get used to them after a few days with them?
No.
I don't mind them after a couple of days. I'm just like, yeah, they live here now.
No. After a few days, I just want to burn the place down.
A lighter to the face is not the way to go.
All right. I'm sorry. Something just popped in my mind about Scotland. If you have the midges up there that bad, how do you guys wear kilts up there?
Yeah. With great. Well, I don't wear kilts. That's how I get around that. But
well, your ancestors.
Yeah, how they did it, I have no idea. They must have had some serious itchy balls. I think they just stayed on the move a lot. That was the key to it. They had to just keep walking.
They're pointless. They're pointless, right?
They are a pointless animal.
It's not like bees where they're integral to our survival. They're just fucking pointless.
Talking about, I was kind of back on the subject, and you were showing the sort of the mesh core thing as well. Having decent power banks that you can charge these things up with.
Yeah.
And small portable solar panels to charge this up with. To then charge your electronics up with. Those are things I think everybody should have as well.
Yeah.
Even if it's the cheap stuff. This is the cheap stuff. This again is a little special. This solar panel. It's just a very basic sort of 4-panel solar system, and all I do is it's got a little pocket, and I stick this little. I think this is a 10,000. Whatever you call it, milliamp power bank with a cord, and I put that in there and I charge that up during the day, and I use that to charge my phone, which is particularly useful. That's all the power I need when I'm out and about for 4 or 5 days. My phone dies after a day. If I'm in the summertime, I can get enough charge out of this to charge my phone each day, and that's good enough for me.
That's good. That's good. I mean, it has its place. Cheap things like that, especially, it depends on you. I think minimalizing your need for electronics in a survival situation is a good thing to do. But if you've got something like that, it's a great backup.
The thing is, it would depend on what you're using the electronics for. So I try to avoid using things like lights and cameras where I don't need to. Obviously, I film most of the stuff I do. My phone, I put my phone into energy saving mode. It's got that mode where it shuts down all the apps that you're not using. I take that and I keep it on. The only reason I keep my phone on when I go into a wilderness area is, one, because if I fall down a ravine or something, the emergency services can triangulate roughly where I am based on phone signal. And also it's just somebody sends me a text, they say, there's an emergency at home, I can at least get that. I'm not watching YouTube or scrolling Facebook or any other stuff when I'm out in the woods. I'm deliberately going to the woods so I can stay away from that kind of nonsense. So I don't need any of that stuff on my phone. So if your average smartphone will last a full day, without needing charged up, if you've got it on that mode. And that would be the same case, I suppose, for most people. So something as small as this is all you really need. I can charge my head torch up with this as well. If I was going to charge up things like GoPro cameras and bigger things, I would need a more substantial power bank for that, which I'm actually thinking that I've been saying I'm going to get one for a long time. Brian has been talking to me about, smaller ones to get and stuff.
That Anchor one I got was superb.
Yeah.
That was, honestly, that's the best thing I've ever got.
I like
that came with the panel.
I like the Anchor one, and I like the River 3, I think it's called. I think the River 3 is the one that I'm looking at most.
Yeah, so right now, the Anchor, the one I've got, on its own, is on sale at $159. With the panel, it's on a deal at the moment at $245. And to be honest, I got two, but the one is all you need. Literally, one is all I needed. When I did that blackout video, I used it to charge stuff. I used it to charge the cameras, the mics, and my phone. And it barely took 5 or 10% of it. It was absolutely superb, to be fair. I think the River's all right, but it's a bit bulkier, right?
Yeah, it's kind of flatter and slightly bulkier, but I was thinking, for me, it was like a base camp type thing. It wasn't something I was going to go backpacking with. You know, it was just.
But I mean, even what I found with this is, obviously, if you're Brian and you've got a power bank in every single room, it's great. You know, wonderful. Everything can get plugged in. I've just shared that. Shadow.
Yeah. No
definitely
problem.
from a home point of view, it's definitely the better thing. I say that actually, see, before you came on, Mike, I said that, see, because everybody else is sort of like a home prepper, everything I was going to talk about was going to be based on the what if you're outside the home type thing.
Yeah.
So.
Well, the best thing about this was inside or outside the home is that little handle on the back. It comes in, it's like this big, it weighs next to nothing. It's got a light on the top. Mm-hmm. So in the blackout, it was a case of it was just as easy to grab that and walk upstairs to the toilet than it was to grab a torch, and it illuminated the whole area.
And that's pretty much like when you were on the last
size comparison.
Yeah, when you were on the prepper meet the last time, that was the most common thing, I believe. Mm-hmm. I'm sure I heard one of you say that on one of the podcasts that was the most common thing that people had bought, and they found it really useful.
Yeah. It's probably the best investment one, definitely. I mean, I'd love some giant ones, but it's just not. There you go. Modeled by the missus as she brings it in off screen.
Yeah.
Now they're going to ask if it's charged.
No, of course it's not.
Of course it is. 90%. I use it. So at the moment, it lives near the TV because I use it for lighting when I'm doing videos as well. So. And even doing videos over the past week, it's took 10%.
Mm.
So it literally takes up nothing, and the light's great on it, to be fair.
The battery capacity for these kind of systems is just getting better and better as years go on as well. It's incredible, the capacity of these things.
One of the things, I got two of these Immudos. These are 30,000 milliamps, whatever it is. One that it takes, so it has the two different type of USB.
USB-C and USB.
And USB.
Yeah. So, where am I at? Oh, it's been 3 months since I charged it, and it's still at 100%. But I got two of these, and when I had the other camera system, I would have one of these in a little bag hanging underneath it, so I could do the like 8-hour videoing with it to keep it to keep the camera going and stuff. But with this, I can also charge up my this is not my phone. This is just a camera. I got it because it was cheap. It works great, and so this will keep this going for over a week, easy.
Yeah. So
now,
honestly, it's great. The little power banks are superb. Alan, that light I took to the thing.
Oh yeah, that was excellent. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah. So you get this is no longer offered here. I'm looking on Amazon. It's not offered. They got a comparable one that is the exact same output and everything else on it for right now. It's a limited deal for $19.98. Or I can go $10 more and go from the 30,000 to the 50,000 for $29.99.
Yeah.
So they're getting bigger and small, bigger battery power and smaller in size.
I would say get two rather than one.
Yeah, cost wise as well. I think they're still in that bracket where if you're on a low budget for prepping, if you're spending £50 a month out your wage on prepping, if you spend £40 on food and stuff like that, a tenner for a power bank, even a small one, to put it away, then works a treat,
Yeah.
I like how if you say power bank 3 times, Brian
appears.
Yeah.
My power bank senses are tingling.
Speaking of power banks, I don't know if you guys were listening to Mark and I over the last week and a half talking about the UPS system. So I had a APC uninterruptible power supply for a home office computer. and it died when the power went off out about a month ago. So I got a just the Opus Mega 1, and it's down here underneath the desk here, and it powers everything, and it works. It's working great, and it was on sale for $299. And it's just, you know, that, and then Mark goes and buys it, and he finds the one that comes with the Mega 2 battery on it, which gives it 3 times the lasting power for you know, just you know, for 600 or something. And so it's like, damn, I wish I had that one. But yeah, it's and it's one of those, you know, like I say, it's a 2,000 watt inverter on it with a 1,024 amp hour battery or whatever on it. So yeah, it's a nice little unit here, but it works perfect for because the power's gone flickered a couple times, and usually the computers all go out. Doesn't even bother the computers.
That's cool. Brian's just said they're really expensive over here. I think that's the issue. There's different brands in different places, right? Yeah. Alan, this might be suited to you. I want to ask Brian's in the chat because we've tingled his power senses. Brian, I'm going to post a link to the Anker laptop power bank because it's currently down from 90 quid to 70. And I've always quite fancied it. It's a 25,000 milliamp one, but it's got like the retracting cables and stuff like that. It just looks really handy for like when I go and do my camping trips and stuff. I just want to know if it's any good or if it's shite. It looks the part.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it on Amazon as well. 69 quid. Not too
yeah.
bad.
It's nice bit of kit.
It looks compact as well. I mean, that's.
I looked over it last time I saw it. I looked over it last time because it was 90 quid, and I thought that was too much. But
yeah, because I mean, like I say, at the moment I'm carrying around those sort of phone size type ones. I take 2 of these with me when I go about. I've got a slightly larger one that I take to work, but I've got 2 of these which I keep inside that solar panel type system I've gotten. But these are a bit old nowadays, so something like you're talking about, they're probably, you know, far better now. The technology for this stuff is just getting better and better all the time. Yeah.
There you go. Brian just said, how much is it? He said, I said 69.98, isn't it? So there you go.
The company DJI, the Chinese company that makes all the drones and stuff, they're heavily investing just now into various power banks and smaller power bank systems as well. They're trying to compete with the European and the US market, and some of their stuff looks really great too. Bit more expensive, but that's a great company.
I didn't realize the handle is also a cable. See?
Yeah.
The handle is also a cable designed for over 20,000 bends. So the handle you carry it with there is actually one of the other charging cables, so you can have 2 devices.
That's clever.
That's nice.
I'm actually going to save that to my desktop here, and if Brian gives it the seal of approval, I'll maybe buy that. If he doesn't, I'll just delete it.
He's saying pay the extra 20 quid and get the C200, but that again goes into bulkier territory.
Yeah, look how thin that is, though. I mean,
that's what I mean.
That's smaller than a water bottle.
Yeah, and the C200 is like a skinnier version of the one I've got. So
yeah,
I think if you want something small, I mean the C200. Yeah, that's the C200. You're back onto that kind of thing that I've just shown, without the light on top.
Yeah. You're effectively going from something the size of a water bottle to something the size of
a small stove.
Yeah, like a small toaster or something, you know.
Yeah. So. Interesting. It's I suppose it's horses for courses, right? It's the same as when we say bug out bags and get home bags. It depends on you and your use, right? Yeah, I like the idea of that small one because I think that would go perfectly in one of my little pockets of my bag. Yeah. And I could carry it without detriment to the weight, whereas this wouldn't fit in the pouch of that kit pimp bag. No chance.
Looking at that here, I went up on that link and I got it and looked it up for here in the U.S. So that's $17 for that one here in the U.S. and that's that's a 25,000 milliamp one.
Oh, Jesus. Brian just said the next one he wants is the F. I've just had a look at it. It's £1,800.
Yeah.
Oh,
So for that
That's
here,
expensive.
that's a freeze dryer nearly, Brian.
$16.99 for $3 more. You get the little bit bigger one, here. But yeah, there's you got to go through and look at all the different ones. But Anchor is a good brand for regular power stations.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
So like Brian says there, for camping, the one you linked. So I think he's all right with that. He said the power bank's 9 times out of 10 is size dictates capacity. So yeah. I'm gonna get that portable one. I say I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna wait till she gives me permission to get it.
I think
it's still 70 quid.
Hey, foot rubs get you a lot of permission.
I'd have to rub more than a foot at the moment, the money we've got.
When it comes to power banks, I get the impression that battery technology is at a point where that's just the size of the battery. And all of the shell that different companies put on it and all the little like added features that's the extra stuff. But the size of the battery and the weight of the battery just is what it is,
Well, it depends on the type of battery. You can have a lithium one, which is a little bit bigger. Then you have the lithium iron phosphate one, and then there's another one that's a lithium something or other one that's got like twice the life cycles as the lithium iron phosphate. And then, of course, when the silver one hits the market, that's going to blow all the rest of them out of the water. Yeah. And it'll be smaller.
Yeah.
I've got something for you to try, Alan. You've tried everything when it came to repellents. I've just found the ultimate.
Is it cat urine or something?
No, this is
Somebody said that to me one time.
I'll put my face on any product. That's what this is. Grills mosquito repellent bracelets, 10-pack, $9.99.
Do you know? I can say with 100% assuredness that will not work for anything. You know, I mean,
DEET free. It's DEET free and plant based.
Yeah.
Well, it might work if you put his face on your arm.
Yeah, but listen, if it's got Bear Grylls on it, works 10-hour robust, 10-hour production. So you got 10 hours per bracelet, and you throw it out. It's a disposable bracelet.
Do you know maybe this summer, right? I might buy products like that and then just stand in a place in Scotland where I know I'll get eaten alive.
Just get
and I'll just
in a white suit.
I'll put every single one of those bands on and I'll show you me getting eaten. I guarantee that the midges will eat those bands.
Yeah. Oh, I'd love that video. And if it happens, none of them come near you and they work and you just stood there going,
damn.
No, then he's going to go, now I got to retest it using each individual one and find out which one actually worked or which combination worked.
Old battery banks can run low power stuff like lights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, something we've not entirely talked about it yet, but see when it comes to lighting, I mean, you have to have a means of backup lighting, not just in the home, but also when you're out and about as well, especially in the winter months. You need good head torches, good flashlights, some sort of means of lighting, things like that. I've started moving away from batteries. I've started moving away to charge, things that charge up, so the batteries inbuilt in the device, purely because I don't want to have to take traditional batteries with me all of the time. If I have a power bank with me that I'm carrying, I may as well then have a means to charge up my head torch that way as well. So I'm slowly sort of moving away from batteries and moving to that. But everybody should have a very
Alan,
good
you would have more bands on
torch
than Live Aid and still be eaten by midges.
I know I would. I know how bad the midges are. And every now and again, I see somebody saying, well, I was in Scotland. Like, you don't live here. You don't know what it's like. They will kill you.
It's like Nam. You weren't there, man.
You weren't there,
You
man.
don't know.
Yeah, this summer I'll do a Midgie video this summer just to prove my point. Just for the amount of
Can
people
you do it? Can you do it
stuff does
after?
not work.
Can you do it after the end of August, please? Because I don't want to scare people away from the Scottish prepper meet where there will be no midgies. We've paid extra so the midgies are cleared out of that area of Scotland. So don't worry about that.
To be fair, like I've said before, it's kind of not proper Scotland that the Scottish meet is, because it's very south.
Over the border.
It's very, very south, you know. But what was I talking about? Oh yeah, lights, head torches. Go with head torches as opposed to hand torches, in my opinion, because it frees up your hands. Yeah,
that's a nice.
This is a cool.
I would take that one step
one.
further. Go with the ones that have the clips that you can clip it to your shirt or whatever. That way, when you go and look at somebody, you're not blinding them.
So this here, if I folded it down, that has got the clip on where it clips onto the band, but you can take it off that band and you can put it on anything. And you can clip it to the front of your hat and have it that way, or you can clip it to a shirt and have it here. So these are brilliant. This is the one I'm giving away on the Patreon. But after having a test of it and stuff like that, I think it's great. The only reason I've not got this, it's USB-C chargeable, is I've got a Life Systems single AA one. A AA battery is the most scavengeable battery after SHTF. It's the most common battery. So I got it for that reason. So I'll always be able to find a battery. But these are really cool and they take next to no power. I think if I had to charge this off this, I would probably get about 30, 40 years worth of light.
One of the great things about some of the head torches now, like the Piezo torches, is they take batteries, but they're also rechargeable. So you can use both. So they come with the rechargeable batteries, but you can just
the AA is actually chargeable.
You can just put regular batteries in there.
If my Nightcore little one's it's a single AA, but you've got the USB-C version in there.
Yeah, it's Nightcore I'm actually looking at just now because my Piezo torch, I've used Piezo for years, but the one I've got is now practically falling apart. So I'm looking
Nightcore and Wooben are really good as well.
The thing with torches as well, like other torches, see, you can get specialized type torches for different environments as well. This is a UV torch. Can't really see it in this light.
Yeah,
for checking the bed sheets in hotels. That's
UV torches.
Checking the money.
Yeah, I mean, it's a handy thing to have, a UV torch. I mean, you can, apart from just seeing things like whether money is got the watermark that you can only see with UV, checking hotel rooms for things on the sheets and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The reason I've got this is a trip I did a couple of years ago in the US. I was in the desert area and you can actually find scorpions with these. Scorpions glow under UV light, which is quite interesting. So if you're out in the night desert and you use a UV torch, you can actually see the scorpions on the ground. They glow a kind of green color.
I don't actually have a UV torch. I'll have to add it to the list.
They're pretty inexpensive. They're inexpensive in it. And if we're in a situation where money is, there's a lot of counterfeit money and stuff, which there was in the Second World War, that's just a quick way of identifying whether it's
that is something I need to.
Those UV lights are also great for you. You can buy the bulk. It's like you put it on something and it doesn't harden until you hit it with the UV light, and then the glue and stuff. Like I use it sometimes for
it's like epoxy resin that's used UV activated epoxy.
Yes. So you do those. One of the things I was just trying to look up here on Amazon that you might want to look into is the little solar powered rechargeable lights. A lot of them will take a rechargeable AA battery in them. And so what's neat about those is you put it out there and for the walkway light, and it charges up those AA batteries. And it'll charge it up in a couple of hours, and then you can swap batteries out in the middle. Go out there, like around midnight, swap them out, whatever, and charge up and have extra charge charged ones for that, but yeah, you can use them for as bring them in the house, and you got lights in the house now for that are running off those. So it's optional, different options there and stuff.
That's cool.
And glow
I'm just
sticks
looking
is
for a UV
another
light.
thing that is good to have.
Double A's. There you go. There's one. Add that to the wish list. I found a UV light that takes double A's. I like double A stings.
Yeah, chemical glow sticks, chem sticks, they're a fantastic thing to have lying around as well. They last a very long time, like in storage, and when you activate them, they last sort of between 8 and 12 hours, and it gives you a nice little bit of ambient light for, looking in bags and stuff.
Test them. If you're buying cheaper versions from China and stuff, and it says 12 hours of light, test them. Please test them. You can get military ones cheap enough from surplus stores, and they're really good. But yeah, you saw my 24-hour lights.
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah, 24-hour, and it does say this is not me. Somebody said, "Oh yeah, but you blow it out and then you relight it, so that's why it's 24 hours." But that says the bottom white line. You might not be able to read it because of the focus, but that says continuous illumination on it. So it's 24 hours continuous.
Just let it go. Yeah.
And yeah, it didn't. It just didn't. But I have multiple things arriving soon, and I'm going to make my own 24-hour candles, and we're going to have a go at that and make sure they actually work. So coming soon. But now I've got like plenty of 12-hour candles now spare.
Yep.
I can't sell them as 24-hour candles, but plenty of 12-hour ones spare for myself. So
yeah,
there we go. This is how we learn.
Yeah.
Yep. Got to test it out.
Yeah, it's same with the lights, because when I did my blackout video, I've got the little fisherman. Have you seen the little fisherman glow sticks? Yeah.
Yeah.
The little tiny ones. I've got a few of them, and my plan in the blackout was always to crack a few of them, put them up the stairs, so at least even without a torch, the kids can always see where the stairs are. So when I did my blackout video, I cracked a couple of them, put them at the bottom of the stairs. Within 3 hours, it was too dim to even light anything. And these were supposed to be 12-hour little chemical lights.
Yeah.
So test them. Test everything. But, I mean, the one Alan's on about, the chem lights, especially the ex-military ones, are usually spot on. So go to an army surplus store, stuff like that. Yeah. Don't get the latest from Temu or Amazon and stuff like that. Get army quality ones.
However, some of the army surplus stores have been known for buying cheap crap.
You got
to be careful which ones you get.
Get a trusted retailer.
The thing as well, when it comes to lighting,
me soon.
We were talking about fuel earlier as well. You can't really go wrong with the traditional oil lanterns and storm lanterns and things like that. So
I've got 4. Yeah,
it's a good idea to have something. I've been looking at. I don't know how to show it on the screen. I put the link in one of the chats, but I'm looking at strip lights that are waterproof and rechargeable via USB, but can also take batteries, and they're very good for illuminating. Like, you can use it as a lantern, or has like a 10-foot strip light rope, which you can use
camping ones,
tent.
and you can wind it in.
No, this is a little bit better than that, because this is more weatherproofed and more waterproof. I did a bit of research on Amazon. It's called the Power Practical Luminoodle Plus.
Is this the link that you've put in the chat here?
Yeah, Amazon? I fired up because I've got it in my Amazon list of what I'm about to buy.
Yeah,
I did a little bit of research, and that to me looks like a very good practical.
I love the name Luminoodle.
Yeah. Because I'm always looking for something that can withstand the elements. I need something that can withstand rain,
Okay. Like my lantern did.
Yeah. But smaller. I'm always looking for smaller. So this is a very small practical thing that can illuminate a tent. But you can use it in your house as well. And it lasts a very long time because it's just LEDs.
Waterproof, USB powered, available in 2 sizes.
The 10-foot one's the one I think I'm going to go for. But just an option out there.
I like it's that even in the bag, it's not that big. I've just seen the picture. One of the pictures is like holding where looking for a dog, and it's not that big in the bag either, is it?
The bag's actually semi-transparent, so when you when you roll it up and put it in there, it acts like a diffused lantern. So you can hang it from your tent like that if you want, or you can have it like a strip light, which is probably the way I'll use it a lot when I'm out.
That's cool. They're cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
Interesting.
Dive shop. There you go. I got some Timo glue sticks, 6 hours usable lights, and dive shop for chem lights. Dive shops are good places for them, definitely. Any sort of marina shop as well will have decent chem lights in.
Party shops, weirdly enough, will also sell them. So see places where you buy like kids' birthday party supplies and stuff. They'll tend to also sell chem lights as well. Usually, I mean, they might be like a weird shape, but they're basically the same product, and if you get decent quality ones, you can sometimes get a bit of a bargain, because the military ones, last time I looked on Amazon, they were about £2 a pop for a single stick. In some of those party places, you can buy like bags of 10 for like £4, so significantly cheaper. They might be shaped like bloody dolphins or something or whatever, but who cares? I mean, it's just a thing that glows in the dark.
Well, just so you guys know, that Practical Power Illumina isn't available here in the U.S.
There is an American version of it, which originally I was looking at the American version. I couldn't get it in the UK, and that was my solution. I'll try and remember the name of the American version I was looking at. It might still be on my list, actually.
Yeah. I did find rechargeable rope lights, outdoor waterproof.
That's probably the same thing then.
For $21, 79 feet long.
79 feet long.
79 feet.
Wow.
Here, let me bring that up here.
That's like Christmas lights for the house, right?
Yeah.
Here, let me see if I can get this to share here. Yeah. So there's rechargeable rope light, 79 feet, 240 LED, waterproof string lights. So, and then it's got the two battery packs on it. So I guess it's so 79. So it's like 20 foot long each, or two of them are 20 foot long. So, but yeah. Lowest price in 30 days.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah.
The American version of the light I was looking at is called the Haven Ridge Light USB.
Haven Ridge Light.
Haven Ridge Light, which I was finding difficult to find in the UK, but I know you can get them in the US. Although the one that I found in the UK, from what I can gather, is slightly better from a robustness point of view. The thing is, like, lots of places sell these strip lights, but they're not weatherized. Whereas the two products I'm talking about here, they're inside like a rubber tube. Yeah. So they're completely waterproof. Like, they can be rained on. You can put them outdoors.
This one here that I was looking at had up there, it is outdoor waterproof, and it's the tube with the light in it.
Yeah.
And it's got when you attach the battery pack to it, it threads on with the So
the great thing about it, you can literally just put one of these on the end of it and it will last all night, So that's why I was looking at it.
That's
recently.
really nice.
All right.
Terrible for OPSEC though, if you're out in the wilderness and lit up like a Christmas tree.
Yeah, you don't want it for that.
All right.
Tiny little red lights, what you want for that kind of stuff, if you're into that.
So let's see. Going back for the last couple minutes here to the items you should have in your preps already. A good number 10 can opener. If you got number 10 cans, you're going to need one of those heavy duty number 10 can openers. Not one of those little P51s going, ow, 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 ow.
I didn't know there was a separate can opener for them, to be fair.
Yeah, the Actually, on Amazon, I got one. It doesn't have the little small twist handle on it. It's actually got a crank handle on it to handle the
I just found
cans.
literally one on Amazon with the crank handle.
Yeah,
£8.79.
and I guarantee the ones with the crank handle work a whole lot better because we took the number 10 cans to Scout Camp to make like the number 10 can of chili and beans to open up for all the Scouts. So instead of taking 20 little small cans, we take just the one, and yeah, it works.
Good point.
Yeah, a robust can opener. There
Yep.
would be nothing worse than finding yourself in a situation where you can't get into the can of food. You're having to use a knife, and
Yeah,
It's something I've overgot because you can pick up can openers, decent ones, so cheap at places like IKEA. Every time I'm dragged to IKEA kicking and screaming, the two things I get is an extra can opener and some of the meatballs. That's the only things I get when I get dragged kicking and screaming to IKEA. But the can openers are good. We've got like 3 or 4. And I've also got the military issue single key little can openers, little tiny ones. They are on each shelf of the prepper pantry. So it's the same as my candles. If you find a candle in my house, there is a lighter in the same box because I've learned the hard way. I don't want to be looking for it.
Yeah.
That's another good point.
Like our Frey Bentos tin openers. I'm doing a Frey. I actually, I've got time tonight. I might do that tonight. She'll get pissed off, but I'm gonna cook a Frey Bentos pie on a camping gas stove tonight to test it for you to see how well it works. So that should be fun.
the other thing for your bug out bag or relocation bag, whatever you want to call it, when you need to leave, even if it's just a temporary, you're coming back in a week or whatever, like happens over when we have the wildfires, people get evacuated and they get to come back after the fire's out. Silverware, eating utensils, non-plastic eating utensils that, some good ones. Because
Titanium.
yeah, exactly.
I do all titanium spoon.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, I have one too.
I need to get another one. I lost mine.
Ooh. But yeah, so you want something with a spoon, fork, knife that's eating utensil for everybody. So everybody has a set, and that way, you got you guys got to wash them and stuff. But it's nothing worse than going to eat something and you have your plastic fork and plastic knife and crack break, and you're like, nuts.
Yep. A good spork. Or as Crazy CR says, a spork or a floon, apparently.
Yeah. I think the only thing I would chuck in as well, because I think we've covered pretty much just about everything that most people should at least have on them, or at least have a version of. I've tried to cover, because I'm talking more about wildernessy types, not survival stuff, but that's adaptable to anything. Yeah. I use a principle, a methodology called the 10 C's of survivability, which isn't 10 items, it's 10 methodologies. It's quite popular. It's a common thing. Dave Canterbury, who's a well-known American YouTuber, I think he kind of invented the formula, actually. But the only one thing I haven't covered out of all of those is compass. So having a decent way to navigate in your local area is a particularly good tool. I mean, not just having a compass by itself, but having a map of your local area where you've identified points of interest on there from, it could be anything from, like we were talking about earlier, a place where a bush grows that has good vitamin C, a place where there's a natural spring, a place where you can get first aid equipment, a place like a vet, maybe, all the veterinary areas and veterinary surgeries in your area, or pharmacies or something like that. Have a little kit together, something similar to this, I suppose. Yeah. This is my navigation kit. This is just a map bag, but in there as well, get a decent compass. If you're going to get a compass, get a good one. This is a Sunto compass. Yeah. This is the one that I prefer. But you have to learn how to use a compass. Don't just buy one that you don't know how to use, because your phone might not work. And it's incredible that people can live in a town for their whole life and not actually know which way's north. You know, and you like. So pay attention to that.
I saw today in Manchester that there's an orienteering club. So there's still places like that do orienteering clubs where you can learn all map reading. So worth looking at.
It's a very, very advanced skill. The thing about orienteering is you can learn the basics of it in an afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
And you can be quite proficient at it as well in an afternoon, or you can spend your whole bloody life learning all the different methodologies of doing it, everything from sea navigation to land navigation to all sorts of crazy stuff. And you know, my level of expertise in sort of navigation, land navigation, I would say is semi sort of. I would put it at lower advanced level. It's not great, but it doesn't have to be. I can find my way around. You know.
Yeah, I don't get lost. That's the skill level.
Don't get lost.
I don't get lost.
Me, yeah, me too.
That's the skill level you need. That's the skill level.
I can't navigate at sea. I haven't got a clue how to do that, but I can definitely navigate my way around a woodland in the dark. You know, and that for me, that's a skill I need to have. But for people who don't go into the wilderness, you should at least have a map of your area. Have a map of your. I don't just mean some sort of road atlas. I actually have a sort of 1 to 50,000 scale, or in my case, a 1 to 25,000 scale map of your local area, and then mark off on it areas that are interest to you. Should you need, points of it, because you won't remember where they all are. Just put them on a map.
Natural shelters, natural water sources, anything.
When you're out walking the dog and you see something interesting, you think, oh, that's a pretty cool looking little old stone building or something like that. Mark it on your map. That's just a point of interest, and it may one day be more useful than it currently is today.
Yeah. One thing I want to add, because we touched on medical, and I mention it all the time because I'm passionate about it, is dental tools.
Yeah.
Anything to do with medical, you should always consider dental. Nobody wants toothache in the apocalypse. These filler plastics cost next to nothing. Get them. Get dental stuff. So
I was trying to find something. I guess it's no longer available on Amazon. You might have something over there, but the closest thing to it is this Kids Compass Guide and games. So ways to learn how to for kids to learn compass skill through games and puzzles, quizzes. So something like that for adults who need to learn how to do orienteering.
Don't buy them on the far right. They are shite.
Oh these anything little like that. Yeah, even some of these other ones here that are. All right, this one's not too bad. That one's not too bad. The little plastic ones, our scouts got those, and soon thereafter they upgraded to one like this, or one of them upgraded to the $80 one. But yeah,
I've got a brass pirate one, but I don't show it anymore because Bombardier took the mick out of me. It works though; it works a treat.
So you got your thing. You look at them, and also check your when you go in to look at them. Check with the number of stars on them as far as how well they work or not.
The thing about those little button compasses, they're kind of popular in survival kits and stuff like that.
Yeah.
For the most part, they're generally garbage, to be honest. But the thing about the thing about if you're going to have button compasses, have at least a minimum of 3. One, well, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. If you've got 2, and one of them works, you don't know which one works. If you've got 3, hopefully 2 of them work and one of them doesn't, and you go by that.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, there are different ones and stuff to do. Yeah, they're the ones the little bit bigger button ones that you can clip on the side of your backpacks or whatever.
Bullshit.
But yeah, there's again this here's another compass one. Here's another compass one for kids.
But compasses boil down to the same as every other prep. Please test it. Test it. Don't realize it doesn't point to true north when you need it most.
Yeah.
This is a Silva Ranger S compass.
Nice. Silver's good. Yeah.
Works perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I would say, I mean, the Suntos and the silver compasses are pretty much foolproof. The thing about a compass is it kind of is a case of you get what you pay for as well. So, I mean, my compass cost about, I can't remember how much I paid for it, but you're looking at 70 quid. I mean, they're not 10 quid off Amazon. You're talking about 70 pounds or $80 or whatever. So make sure you're buying something that's worthwhile. If you're buying something for $8.99 off Amazon, it's probably a piece of crap. It doesn't matter if it looks the same. It's not the same. And a compass is one of the only pieces of technology that you really don't want to mess with when it comes to the quality of them, because when you really need it, you really need it.
And one of the things
I've got sat nav, and that tells me everywhere I need to go.
Yeah.
One of the other things to consider too is find out where you're at. Find out what the declination is for the for your maps and stuff, because you may have your map there, but it's like you need to go. Okay, now it's right.
If you can as well, see something like the Sunto compass here. It actually has a little declination tool on it. See that tiny little key there?
Yeah.
That little key there allows you to change the declination on your compass. So when you buy an up-to-date map, it'll tell you what the declination is, and then you can adjust the compass using that little tool to the current declination of your particular area. That way you know your compass is always tuned in. It changes a lot. The declination changes a little bit. It drifts as time goes on, but for the most part, you'll get along. You'll get along fine. Obviously, magnetic north and true north are not the same. So, without going into a sort of map reading lesson, you have to learn how to use a compass properly and how to use a map and orientate a map properly. Once you learn the basics of it, and it looks intimidating, but it's actually quite simple, especially if all you're wanting to do is get from one place to the next in a local area. A compass really just allows you to travel in a straight line. That's all a compass really is for. A map, if you orientated the map correctly and you know where you are on the map, that's how you find your way around or find your way to places. And then there are techniques, obviously, of using both in conjunction with each other to be more fine-tuned in how you do that. But very basic map reading book, or even just a few YouTube videos and a decent compass and a map of your area, it's not hard to learn. Or better yet, join a group like Mike was saying. Those guys, those orienteering groups, they're like really hardcore type guys that all levels know exactly how to really use a map and compass properly in whiteout conditions. They can actually use them in zero visibility.
I've got the map instructions on there, shared, ready, Shadow. So you just get into the map. That's what you do. You just
stand
put
on
the
it.
map down. You get into the map, and that's how you orientate. Sorry, I couldn't resist. As soon as you started talking about maps, that Friends bit came.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Sorry. Child.
Well, at least it wasn't a Mary Poppins type map. When you step on it, you go into the map.
I think that's what Joey thought it would happen, but
There's a really good YouTube channel of a guy. I'm quickly looking it up just now. See if you go onto a YouTube channel, and it's just his channel is just called The Map Reading Company. I think he runs courses in England somewhere, but The Map Reading Company, and the guy in it, he's a kind of I don't know, he's like an Asian British looking guy. He knows his shit. He is a very, very skilled map reader, and he goes into fantastic detail for beginners at all levels of how to use map and compass. And he's got some great tutorial videos there. I don't know how to share my screen. That's why I'm not showing it. Oh, I'm terrible with this thing. Somebody else can probably do it.
I think it's beyond Shadow's bedtime now, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
All right. For anybody interested, in about an hour and 45 minutes, I'll be going live on my channel for the Survival Saturday, talking about the banks being taken over and being getting your finances ready for that type of a disaster. So that's what we'll be talking about tonight.
I've no money in the bank, so I'm covered. Be broke. It's the best prep.
Well, and for next Saturday's live stream, it will be Mike's suggestion how to build a prepping community.
Excellent.
I just did that on Tuesday.
There you go. It's on topic then. That's
it's what's coming around again. People are interested in forming a prepper group.
Mm-hmm.
Funny how people are only interested when the world goes to hell and then they suddenly forget all about it once it all calms down.
Yeah, I know. But then they sell all their stuff on Facebook Marketplace and we cash in.
Yeah. Yeah, good seeing you. It's been a couple of weeks since I've been on your channel, Shadow, so thanks for having me on. That was good fun.
It's nice to see you again. It's always a pleasure to have you, Alan.
I know. I saw him on here and I thought, no, he can't represent Britain on his own. I'm going to have to go on there and spoil it.
And it's always a pleasure to have you as well, Mike and Gil.
Yeah. Oh, and tomorrow morning at 10 Eastern time in the U.S. here, I'll be working on my book 2 of the Scout and the Ninja novel series. And so I'll be, you can catch me doing that tomorrow morning.
Beware of old men in dangerous professions.
That's my final word.
Old age and treachery will beat out youth and enthusiasm every time.
Definitely.
All right, I'm going to bow out of here.
Yeah.
Cheers, Gil.
Take care, guys. Stay safe. Be part of the solution, not the problem. Stay safe. And we are